guys really took to that. So we can't do that one again. We got to freshen it up. So I think in the interest of time, we won't spend a ton of time on this, but I do think it's good for you all to get to know each other a little bit. So we have this exercise. Has anybody ever heard of 2 truths and a lie? Yes? No? Has anybody ever seen this? Elected officials don't lie, so we had to modify it. We had to modify it to 2 truths and a dream. And so in the spirit of goal setting, this feels relevant. You get to know 2 things about somebody, and then you also get to know maybe a personal goal that they might have. So what this looks like is, Sasha and I'm going to give you guys examples to inspire your thinking around this exercise. So Sasha, when she names her 3 things out, she's going to name it as if she has completed all of those things. And you have to, the idea is you have to guess which one is the dream. Got it? You don't know Sasha, so I'll just guess and you'll get to see how this works.
Well, that's not fair. They should guess.
Well, they do guess just for fun. They do kind of know.
All right, here I go. I visited Iceland for 2 weeks. I completed an Xterra triathlon in Costa Rica, and I finished a full marathon.
Any guesses on which one's the dream?
Iceland.
Iceland. I actually did visit Iceland for 2 weeks, and it was magical. I have completed a full marathon, but I dream about doing an Xterra triathlon in Costa Rica until Sarah let me know that there's snakes in the water, and now I no longer dream about that. Dream crushed.
Okay, so my example would be I swam with sharks. I'm a certified yoga instructor and I'm a floral designer. Any guesses on which one is the dream?
Floral designer.
No, my mom owned a flower shop for 36 years. And so I grew up learning how to run a small business and design floral arrangements. However, I am not a certified yoga instructor. And as I continue my physical therapy journey, bringing my body back to my knees back to and feet back to where they once were, I feel like yoga could be very helpful in my future. I really love that. So maybe one day I'll get to doing that. And I did swim with sharks. I'm terrified of sharks, snakes, and all the things. So how my husband ever got me to do that was beyond me. All right, so you get the idea. So take one of these Post-it notes, one of the scented markers in front of you. If scented markers bother you, let me know. I have fun scented markers. And if you do like scented markers, you decide to smell them, just, keep in mind, you don't put it on your nose. It's embarrassing. They are watchable, I think. We'll find out. So write down 2 truths and a dream, and we'll go around and do some sharing. And then you get to guess and learn about each other. Sound good?
Okay. Well, now I'm terrified of my dream. It sounds like a nightmare.
You should do more research on it. Snakes probably are very aggressive.
I can't even swim in a lake with just fish, so I don't know.
A very thick wetsuit. There, Maze, are you getting yours down?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, take one more minute and then we will start our sharing.
Thank you.
All right. Is anybody ready around the table? Does anybody want to go first? Get it out of the way. Who's that here? Jeff?
Yeah.
All right, Jeff, kick us off.
5 children, 5 grandchildren. Won't do Alaska, and I'm building an airplane.
So anybody know what the dream is?
He's building an airplane.
Second.
Are they right? No?
I am building an airplane. I do have 5 children, 5 grandchildren. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Beth. All right, now just fly the last, you can fly yourself. All right,
I'll go.
okay.
So I have lots of grandkids, girls, especially because I have 3 boys. Travel through Baja California and interior design.
All right, does anybody have any guesses for ESG?
I do interior design. I have 4 grandkids. And I travel through.
So you do have all the girls, all these little.
Yes, I do. I have more than I want right now.
How old are they?
The 2 girls, 2,
Okay,
and 2 boys, 1.
got it. All right,
Like, they're spread out just a little bit, so I could have enjoyed them at the early stages. But you don't always get the chance.
all right. Let's see, let's move this way. Eric, can I get a next? Are you still going? Okay, all right, we'll go,
I think, I can go.
okay, all right, then go.
I want to see the northern lights with my own eyes. Visited my castle in Scotland, and I want to ride my bike from Mosier to Hood River.
Anybody know?
He wants to ride his bike from Mosher to Hood River.
It was on a ship in Alaska, and I got to see the northern lights with my own eyes. I did visit my castle in Scotland about 6 months ago, and I have never ridden my bike from Mosier to Hood River. I want to do that as a dream.
All right. Love it. Okay, who wants to go next? All right, that would be.
I play the cello. I visited over 10 countries. And I have snorkeled on the Great Barrier Reef.
She wants to play the cello.
She wants to play the cello?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah. I just went home, but I don't play it.
And I'm gonna go grow up with a cello instructor. Okay, who wants to go next? Okay, great.
So I have visited Dubai with my best friend and loved it. I slept on top of a pyramid in the Guatemalan jungle, or I'm a golden retriever breeder.
Any guesses?
Very super.
Number 3?
No, I did that. I'm not in Dubai. I have slept on top of pyramids. I know.
Well, there's strategy to this game. Okay, let's go next. All right, great.
In my first career as a paper reporter, I ended up running a newspaper. I used to be afraid of swimming, then, or deep water, intimidated, I should say, and then learned to swim, swam across the Columbia River in possible 18. And I enjoyed parasailing, sailed across the ocean.
Anybody know?
The second one is a dream.
Actually, second one.
No way. That was fun.
Is it the parasailing one?
Parasailing. To be done.
Parasailing, parasailing's on the list. We have a mayor too. Yes, yeah, oh, not great. Mayor, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, go. Your turn.
Finishing in the top 5 in a poker tournament online with over 1,000 participants, a hole-in-one, playing golf at the Dalles Country Club, and visiting the Normandy beaches made famous on D-Day.
Hole in one.
Hole in one? That's the guess. Are they right?
Yes.
All right, so he's a good poker player. We'll have to watch out for the poker face. Okay, let's see, who else wants to go?
All right, I'll go.
Okay, great.
I'm a certified dive master. I've lived in another country. I restored a vintage camper as a hobby.
He wants to restore the
Well, who's right?
I have restored a vintage camper as a hobby during COVID. I've lived in another country and I am a advanced certified diver, but not a dive master. So that is what I'm.
All right. Who else? Did we not heard from yet?
I'll go.
Okay, great.
I'm a certified range safety officer. I scored 300 on the Army physical fitness test. I traveled to Russia on a student exchange program.
Oh, interesting.
Scored what on a physical 300?
Any guesses?
Perfect score.
Seriously.
Wrong, okay, perfect score, which one's the,
I haven't traveled to Russia.
okay,
So
all right,
I've traveled to Russia.
okay, all right. You guys are very valuable, you're like, whoa. Okay,
I used to live in New Zealand. I trekked around the Timberline Trail in one day. I used to install glass sculptures for the ultra wealthy.
last
I think that's a 2-day.
All right, what? You guys are staying in Timberline Trail? In one day?
Or is that what it is?
New Zealand.
That, I,
It's
well,
number 2, I haven't done. I've done it in like 2.5.
okay,
On the trip.
all right, the dream is to do it in a day. How many miles is it?
It's 43.
In a day.
Yeah.
That take me a week.
All right.
I'd have a heart attack first.
Okay, who else wants to go? All right. Here, Ben.
I've traveled, Singapore, Thailand. I love food. Private pilot, and rather than driving the continental United States, for vacations, flying the continental United States. And I had a friendly, bull riding competition with some friends.
All right, any guesses?
Mechanical or live?
Second one,
Number 2,
flying the continental United States?
yep, haven't gotten my license.
All right, well, some plane enthusiasts, some aviation enthusiasts in the room. So we can connect on that. Okay, what else?
Okay.
Yeah, Eric.
So I have swam with stingrays. I'm a grandparent and I have RV'd in over 20 states.
RV.
I have done that. I am not a grandparent.
All right.
You can borrow one.
Okay.
Okay, who's next?
Yes, I will.
All right, let's hear it, Darcy.
Okay, I visited Hong Kong. I've had pet rats and I worked as a professional voice actor.
The what?
Professional voice actor.
Had pet rats.
Oh, that's my dream.
Voice actor. All right. Who's next?
I'll go.
Okay, Dave.
So went to Mexico with 3 high school buddies, a small private plane, for 2 weeks. Went to Sweden for 2 weeks to meet extended family that I'd only heard about. And flew to Alaska, to Fairbanks. Got private vehicles, drove back down the, Orville Highway and, ferried to the inland waterway.
Anybody know?
I say number 2.
Sweden? Are they right?
Yes, I've done this.
Stories.
I bet you were gonna say, wait for that one. Okay. Jonathan?
I've never attended a costume party. I played varsity football freshman through senior year in high school. And I've slept overnight at my desk.
So where?
At my desk.
I don't believe you. So last year. I don't believe you. So number one, football freshman or senior year. No,
Or a costume party?
Number two.
Number one.
Costume party. I've never played football ever.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have dreams?
If you were gonna dream about sitting at your desk, I have questions and you have to talk.
We need to that.
No,
We did get in touch with you.
Never.
So we've all-
Yes.
That's the truth. Yeah. It's happened.
All right, who else have we not heard from? Rod, are you ready?
So, I visited over 1,000 military memorials. I was a broadcaster, radio, TV, and at one time met Dick Clark, American Bandstand, that's before your time.
I know who Dick Clark
One of my calling hobbies is working on cars.
And what was the last one?
Calling hobbies,
Oh, calling
working on cars.
Okay, all right.
No, you don't work on a car in your life.
Oh. Say, I.
Work on that, I only own tools to loan them to people. I'm not gonna work on anything.
All right. Is it a dream to do that? A dream to do that?
Every time I pick up a tool, I break something.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Jeff?
I got Dallas Cowboy coach Mike McCarthy's autograph. I climbed the Eiffel Tower in Paris. And I have climbed 14,000 foot mountains.
You want to do the
Yeah, Eiffel Tower.
Oh, I got to be done. Oh.
He's checked that off the list. Okay, what's your husband? The autograph?
No,
Okay.
I've got his autograph as well.
The Eiffel Tower, that's what did you use the word?
I think they let you scale it, right? That's it.
It is. Just once. So there's quite a few in the world. So I want to climb 8, so I climbed 7, so I want to do another one.
What's next on the list?
I'd like to do one in Alaska.
Okay. Cool.
I can't wait, but.
Really? All right. Some adventurous folks in here. Okay, did we get everybody? It's kind of fun. It's a fun game, right?
Got to know each other a little bit more.
They're like, that was not fun at all. They were just, get on with it, lady, get on with the agenda. Okay. Well, now that we've got you talking and warmed up a little bit, I do want to make sure we always set our rules for success. And thinking about our agenda, all the things we need to accomplish today, what do we need from this group in order to be successful? You guys remember any of the things we needed last year? What's that? Honesty, why is honesty important? For this conversation?
Probably helpful to get you through the matter.
Yeah. Okay, get to the heart of it.
Yeah.
You got Rod?
Listening,
Listening, what does it mean to listen? Listen to understand. Listen to understand. What else does it mean to listen? I'd like to remind people, it's like
I
not,
learned something when you're listening.
you might learn something when you're listening. And to also give your brain a great pause and just reflect. We're so quick to formulate our response to what other people are saying. So I think that's another part of listening. It's an invitation to quiet your own mind for a second. Okay, what else do we need?
Grace.
Grace, why is grace important?
I think in having brainstorming conversations or conversations where we may try and push boundaries, we may come across or say something that isn't quite right at the moment, but assume good intent, have some grace behind it.
Yeah, this is a different format of a meeting where you get to have just kind of some open discussion and there's structure to it, but we want to try to not overstructure it so that you can have some free flowing brainstorming opportunities that you don't, that it doesn't work like that at the dais. So being able to do that today here is one of those rare opportunities.
I would say dream.
Dream? Why is it important to dream in local government?
Look forward into the future of what can be.
Okay, what else?
I'm trying to be word, but along with the listening and grace, don't be afraid to say things that are, some ideas that pop into your head that
Okay.
might not be accepted.
Yeah, ideas, even questions, if I feel like sometimes in a group setting, some people can feel a little intimidated if they don't know how to word it correctly, like just get it out there. Support, everybody will be supportive, right? The supportive team. Yes.
Yes.
So, okay. Don't be afraid, people, ask your questions. I get intimidated, even sometimes working with local government. We were in Hillsborough the other day and there were so many acronyms. And I kept asking what the acronyms are. By about the 16th one, I was like, dare I ask again? What is that? But you gotta just ask us to stay on the same page. Okay,
Follow up on that respect. You respect the opinions of
yeah.
You will.
Okay, don't be afraid to bring things up and when things come up that you don't agree with, be respectful. Excellent. Okay, anything else?
I think we should have the way around it, so let's keep it up.
Yeah, what do you guys want to do if we start to kind of get on a tangent somewhere or if I feel like the group's losing energy around the topic and we have kind of gone on a tangent or kind of rabbit hole, do you want to use a parking lot methodology? Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. I'll check in when I do it, because I don't ever, it's a tough position to be in as the facilitator. I don't want to feel like I'm cutting off somebody's ideas or train of thought. But if I see the rest of the group is losing interest, I might ask if we want to park it for later.
For the extent point, can we use a hanger instead of a parking lot?
Yeah. Some cities we were in Alaska, when was that, last week? It was last week. There's like a harbor, we used a bike rack. So yeah, here we could use a hanger. I love that. Okay.
Now
So-
draw an airplane, Sarah.
What's that?
Said now draw an airplane.
I will. I actually can draw an airplane really well. In fact, I have a 3-year-old who's like, Mom, it's like win, lose, or draw at my house. Mom, draw this, draw a camel, draw an airplane, draw a dog.
I thought I was gonna get her, you guys. She's so good at this.
All right, so we will use the hanger. Park ideas for later. And I'll put a sheet up over on the side and I will draw an airplane. Okay.
I have faith in you.
All right, anything else that we need? Be successful today, stay on track.
Be inclusive, be to seek.
Okay.
People that normally sit and don't input. Try to solicit their thoughts.
Yeah, so for this one, that'll look like in the meeting, if you guys are okay with it, if I see somebody maybe hasn't contributed for a moment, I might invite you into the conversation. You can say, I'm good, just listening, taking it in, that's fine, but occasionally I might do that. Not trying to call you out, call you in. So I did have an elected official I worked with once, I kept calling him because he was reading his Kindle crap and I was looking at that might have been more of a call out than, maybe it was a call back in, comes back to attention. Okay, anything else? Yes, Rod.
I'd say respond
What do you mean by?
Somebody calls you, citizen calls you and offer to do something, whether it's just refer them to somebody else who can actually help them, or get back to them with the answer, but respond.
Okay.
Be responsive to.
And how does that, I mean, that's kind of in general what you want to do as a counselor, but how did that show up today? In today's conversation, making sure you're bringing those interests forward in the discussion?
Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just saying, that's kind of being responsive is what you want to do regularly as an elected official or even as a staff person. But for today's conversation, is it kind of about thinking about those things that you hear all the time and bringing them here so you can be more responsive?
It's just really important to get back to people and say you will.
Okay. All right. Anything else you guys want to add? Okay,
Resourceful.
yeah, what do you mean by that?
I'm new coming. Critical plan. I think it would be super helpful. Like the hangar parking lot. If we do part of something, we highlight the resource or something. Follow up.
Yeah. I'll agree to that.
You know, acronyms, you know, we use a lot of acronyms here as well, so we just define those. So we explain, rather than you having to ask 17 times.
I am the acronym police, so I will ask you. I do it, not, a lot of times I know what you're talking about, but a lot of times I do it for people who might be listening or, you know, for other advantage, so I can look like, I don't know, and somebody else I guarantee didn't know in the group too, so I do it for others' benefit, but yes, I'll pay attention to that throughout the day for sure. And we'll think about how we are resourceful, how we'll loop back to conversations. I'll make sure we cover that when we do our wrap up. Recognizing that there might be things that we've parked in the hangar and that we need to come back to it. We'll talk about how that happens. Okay, anything else? It's a good list. All right, oh, yes.
I just kind of keep thinking about, for the end product to be successful, we've got to probably keep in mind what's achievable.
Okay. Why is that important?
Because the city has limited resources, financial and staff. I think it's important, like, I think Councilman Garland mentioned, to dream and think of new things that we might be able to pursue. But I think that needs to also be done within the context of what we actually have the resources to achieve, so that we don't spend those limited resources trying to get something that we're not going to be able to get across the finish line.
Yeah. And I think that will be really helpful as we get into the prioritization exercise towards the end. As we're kind of circling back to that. Sasha and I are really paying attention to our business jargon, circling back, I did it.
Excellent, to run that up the flagpole, Sarah.
We will make sure we revisit that goal as we get into our prioritization.
So I may just add, just a comment out of the gate. I had a couple things I wanted to pepper through the whole day, but kind of out of the gate, you know, this is the second time we've had SSW Consulting help us with a facilitated goal set work session. And it's really focused on, you know, the next year's goal. And I think my intent, and I've shared with you, is that I'd like to have SSW come back again next year, continue working with us. I think maybe that next year's goal setting could be more focused on like a 3 to 5 year versus an annual session. And so I'm just mentioning that now because, you know, there's a lot of things on our list and our focus is going to be on the next 12 months, arguably, and what we can fit within that 12 months. And I just wanted to mention that intent for other things that we may want to do on that longer period of time, that the next 12 months is the only opportunity to do things. We'll be here for years. So I didn't know if that intent or structure might help in saying, okay, for the next 12 months, we're going to be doing these things. I don't want my ideas to be forgotten. There's another opportunity to do this again next year on a longer term horizon to capture some of those different pieces.
I think that's a great idea. Like Ben said, the thing that the hangars might be something to start this year. Actually, a 3-year project. We're pretty good.
Okay,
I don't know if this is a rule for success, but I think everybody needs to speak up a little bit louder for the mayor, and like, it's kind of hard to hear even across the room. So keep your voice and volume up a little bit.
Can you hear us okay, Rich?
I can hear fine when two people at once aren't talking. When more than one person is talking at the same time, I don't understand anything. So anything you guys could do would be greatly appreciated.
maybe we should make all meetings,
Softly do this, and we'll pick it up. Okay, you're at the front of the room, so you can sound.
yeah.
Okay.
We will try to police the volume, and maybe we should have a hybrid mayor on every meeting, so it's also hard for me when there's multiple people speaking to be capturing your ideas, so I wholeheartedly support that rule, and I will enforce it with vigor today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, sometimes I'm a little more flexible on it because I hate to sound so much like the teacher of stop talking, side conversations, knock it off, but today we do it with great purpose. So, okay, all right, excellent. Anything else?
I just would like to add to what Matthew was saying is that I think at some point it's important for the city council to look beyond 1 year. And I think I love these sessions that we have last year, and looks like we're off to a good start this year, but I think at some point we've got to look beyond 1 year. So I agree with Matthew on that.
That would be really valuable.
Yeah, the hangers, I think, gonna be really important today. So we'll get it out there here in just a moment. All right, well, why don't, I am gonna go ahead and put that over on the side, just so that we have it up and it's ready to be utilized. Why don't you guys just take 3 minutes to kind of stretch and move for a second while I do that? And that was one of the things I did here in the outreach as well, is that we need regular breaks to stand and move. So this is a regular stand and move break.
There we go.
Rich, I guess, I don't see Rich.
Okay, Rich, if you can hear us, we are coming back. And we are gonna start our goal review process. And so part of this exercise is not just about checking in on the progress of the goals, but as we are moving through and we're recognizing the progress that folks have made on this work, we want to celebrate it. So we don't have to do giant rounds of applause. I mean, you can. You can also just do a quick like clap or say something nice or offer up a compliment, but you should do something. It's a lot of work to move some of these initiatives forward. And so we want to make sure that we're providing some recognition on that front. The other thing that we'll capture, I'll note any of the progress updates here. And then we'll also, if we find something where maybe something shifted, so some community context has shifted, some factors like with other community players who might have been involved in the action or the implementation of the action, or just maybe it's no longer relevant, or maybe it wasn't really clear when we crafted the language and it just needs some refinement. So as we move through these and we're making updates, we'll also start flagging some of the items that need refinement and talk about where it's lacking clarity, because that'll help us later in our conversation when we start thinking about where we want to refine the goals. So we're not going to refine them yet in this conversation, so you don't have to be thinking about what the right language is for refinement. Just let's flag it and then we'll come back to it later in our conversation. All right, sound good? Ready? Okay, so we're gonna start with these first two goals. And the first one is fiscal sustainability and planning. You guys have 4 actions under this goal. And the goal was to achieve fiscal sustainability in the near, I'm supposed to say, and long-term through planning and policy development. First action here was to form a committee to determine the allocation of Google revenue. Progress on that? Done? Complete? No? Still working on it?
I think my hand's up. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
I think when we were convened a year ago to discuss this issue, we did think about forming a city council subcommittee, if you will, to decide what we want to do with the money. As everybody knows, we've had 3 or 4 meetings with joint meetings with the county. The problem with fine tuning this more is the fact that there is so much uncertainty as to how much money we're going to be getting from Google. But I think that's going to be refined in the coming months when we just with the water master plan. And I think what's before us now, if in 2025, is to decide how much of that Google revenue is going to go toward it, water system improvements, and how much is going to be allocated to other city projects. And that's something we have not decided yet. I think we might be close, but I think we still need to fine tune that and get that done in 2025.
So does this action need refinement then?
I think if I may jump in, Mr. Mayor, one of the objectives that I have related to this is to bring some form of resolution before council, even as early as December, to give staff some high level guidance on each of the different revenue components of the Google agreements at a very high level, so we can budget and allocate those in the next cycle. But the mayor is correct, the specific expenditure of those funds will need to be continued to be worked on. And so I think our committee could arguably have been the city council and county commission joint work sessions that we've had. We've kind of, resolved that and made a decision on how those partner entities would allocate the funds. There's split it basically 50-50. So that resolution would be council's guidance to staff at a policy level of where you want to put those funds. What we'll specifically spend them on will need to be worked on it's a particular water infrastructure project, or if we're going to use it for some other special project, or the components going to go into the general fund. That's right on the horizon, I guess.
Okay, so the council resolution is coming December, January.
That's we have it set for December 16th. Council may take action on it, that'll be the first time they've seen it, but
Okay,
we're taking into consideration the work sessions that we've had and the decision on the water master plan to fully flesh that out.
so this is one that will likely be complete by the end of the year.
At a policy level, yeah.
Okay,
And that's really
what's that?
almost the first two, right?
Oh, sorry, the second one.
Will that also incorporate, so let me reframe it as a question. Matthew, will that incorporate or address the second?
Yeah, so I think it will. So again, kind of the intent behind the resolution is we have 4 revenue streams from the SIP agreement. We have the initial payment, taxes, community service fee, and GAP. What I've heard or taken away from the work sessions that we've had with city and county and with the water master plan, and what I intend to draft in the resolution for council's consideration is that the tax revenue component of the SIP agreement will go into the general fund. The community service fee and initial payments would go into the special enterprise reserve fund to be determined for special projects. And then the GAP component is what we would use primarily, or first and foremost, to support our infrastructure plans and keep our water and the utility rate adjustments to mitigate the increases that we know are coming down the pipeline. So those are those broad brush strokes. So we would allocate those funds accordingly. The specific water infrastructure project we would spend on, or what we would spend those project monies on, would still have to be decided. But that's how we would allocate that resolution would provide us that guidance.
So beginning in December.
Yes.
So you're meeting in December to look at this resolution for the first time. In the resolution, it outlines the fiscal policies and the process.
And the mayor has his hand raised.
Mayor, did you re-raise your hand? Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that a year ago, forming a committee meant a citizens committee made up with council members and the citizens. That obviously now is out the door. We've given the community every opportunity to comment on the Google Dollars through the joint meetings and surveys. The county now, we've decided to kind of split off from them as far as this particular issue goes. So this is going to be a decision by the mayor and city council, in the next few months. And of course, we'll entertain community input, but I think we've already given the community every opportunity to comment through surveys and through the joint meeting. So it's up to us from here, and let's get it done.
Okay. We've got that noted. So it's kind of a shifting gears instead of a committee process to start work with the county, gather community input and decision making is happening at the council level. Okay. Anything else you guys want to provide updates on? So we don't need to flag these for refinement. They're well underway and almost done. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Number 3 here, evaluate TRT, which is the transient room tax. Yes, I did it. Okay, revenues and expenditures and align with tourism goals for the community.
Underway.
Underway. Any
Actually-
additional updates on that? Yeah, Mayor, go ahead.
I was just going to say that I think we're going to get this pretty well finished in the next couple of months, right, Matthew?
I would, so when it comes to TRT, or I'm gonna start shifting us to TLT, transient lodging tax. We kind of crafted a 3-step process. The first still a worthy component to have into probably at least half of next year.
The internet lagged for a second. Yeah.
Okay, so it's underway, needs to continue. You've got the ordinance coming in November and the RFQ coming out in January, you said, or first part of.
Yeah, the contract expires June 30th, so we have to go through a process to get the new contract in place ahead of that date to include it in our budget process next spring. So that's why I'm hoping for a decision on the CRT ordinance itself, is so we can move forward on that next step and still have time to complete it before the contract expires.
Any questions about this one? Okay, last one in this area is develop a shared understanding of current and future revenue estimates to inform the city's financial planning. Anybody want to provide updates on this one? Don't all jump at once.
I'm not actually sure what that actually means.
Okay,
It feels like I mean, honestly, it feels like it feels like a staff point to the council to be like, you need to understand the perspective, but not really sure how to go what that actually means. I don't see.
And revenues are,
Angie, hold on, too many people talking at once.
So revenues are, generated every year. We always go through the revenues when we're doing the budget. And it's always an estimated guess.
The forecasting, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can kind of, come up with an idea, but I didn't know that that was part of that.
I thought this was in relation to all the funds coming online and you guys were trying to get your arm, I'm trying to remember all the context from last year, but I thought it was about getting your arms around the revenues that were gonna be coming in from Google and other like adjacent development. Am I remembering that
That's how I
correctly?
recall it.
Okay.
There was a lack of understanding of how much that was gonna be, and I think we still don't know for sure.
Okay,
There was a note on the spreadsheet from last year on this one that said this would likely entail hiring a financial consultant. So just so you know, that was a note from last year.
yeah,
as
so it
well.
was above and beyond the regular financial forecasting that you guys do. Matthew?
I feel like, is this from us? Sorry, I'm looking through last year's. Is that where we pulled these from?
Yeah,
I don't see this one.
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's on your guys' spreadsheet.
I wonder if it was one that came.
Created that big fund balance, it's operating at 10%. That's related at all.
No, that's, if it's not, did you guys just have the 3 on there, and is the number 4 just,
We have five.
you have 5?
We're doing the wrong one.
No, you have your guys' spreadsheet pulled up.
Okay. All right, hold on, thank you, let me change
I was
it.
like, oh.
So these first 3 are right,
You're doing that over this.
okay, apologies, 4.4 was finalized. The the new IGA with Rockville County Library District.
We're still working.
That one's complete?
Done.
Okay. All right, and then the last one here is facilitate a discussion work session with council about entering into franchise agreements with entities that utilize city right of way.
So that last one, just for a bit of context, yeah. At our goal setting, actually 2 years ago, there was a specific action actually identified by council, renegotiating charter franchise agreement. And that's still underway. It's a very long-term process, so it's to be expected. And then last year, obviously, we talked about this goal again, and I think it continues to be valid. And earlier this year, we had provided a very brief update to the council about our intention to start crafting a robust franchise chapter in our proposal to cover the variety of franchise agreements or IGA that have telecom, gas, power, water, trash, or whatever it may be. It's really kind of standardizing, formalizing what we have, what we require to help ensure that we treat different entities equally on the same footing as well. We've been doing a lot of work on that front, kind of ad hoc with a couple different franchise agreements that expired or have been negotiated. It's going to provide us a lot of good information to creating that chapter and getting the franchise agreements or IGAs in place that have never existed before with users who are already in our right of way. And that will continue well into next year.
This is gonna continue into next year.
So first, you have that maybe most appropriate later, but whether that is ongoing work or if it's something that's appropriate for the hangar for like the 3-year horizon or longer term horizon, or if it's specifically something you want to lean into for goals this year. Right, sort of just in that, it's just like we're gonna get it done, then we don't lean into it and say big goal, or we do lean into this is a big goal, or you say and think about how you want to do that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think it's, you know, we've started the work already and it's an ongoing dynamic. And so on Monday, Jonathan, I asked another thing to come in, see what the franchise agreement.
No, I totally, yeah, I'm just thinking in terms of higher level policy goals that
I see.
Yeah, and I'll just mention Dan for what it's worth, that he's absolutely right about everything that he said. As far as being with the council. I'm not gonna say thank you, Amy, for making this louder. I'm not gonna say council has a huge lift on this particular issue. I think ultimately, when we have something ready to share as far as the general ordinance goes, we might have a discussion and then item on it. I don't necessarily think there's gonna be anything too polarizing or like you said, you know, insensitive or anything like that. It's fairly routine city business. We have a branch of words, but it has taken a significant amount of staff. Mentioned, we have users in our right of way now that have never had a previous with us. So there's a lot to unpack there. I think, honestly, I think we've had about as successful a year as possible in the field. Yes, I still understand more what you were asking. I understand more of what you're asking now when it comes to, is this a goal of the council or a strategy that staff is executing to support a goal? Right. So I guess the question is, why are we doing this? And I know it's kind of a long question to ask, right? Why are we doing? Oh, it's the right house. I don't know the way to understand.
Asking you to think about what applying later in special months. Or just carrying on with the work that we here in support.
Yeah, I can.
So is this one that we leave it here? Or you wanna put something in the hangar? You make clarity on that.
Well, I think what the question is it a goal or is it a strategy?
Okay.
So wherever you would recommend we put it.
I mean, so the goals are that kind of the high level piece up here. And then the actions are the ones that help to, the actions are the tactics that help to advance the goals. And the reason we do it like this, if you remember last year, is that when we put you in your groups to start to generate some ideas around what you want to see, people think at different levels. Some people are thinking at this really high conceptual level of like, I want, what does this one say? You know, we want sustainable infrastructure for current and future community needs. I'm good, I'm done. And then other people want to weigh in. I'm like, well, I want to see this improvement. And so that's why I found that this has been for many groups, not for everybody's structure looks a little bit different. But for a lot of groups, this has been effective in letting elected officials kind of weigh in on the things that they think are important and maybe projects that they think are important without creating just a project task list. So that's kind of the thinking and the methodology behind this particular design.
I think if the goal is financial stability or even infrastructure improvements, right, let's go hand in hand with financial development. But I think candidly, based off of how you described it, it sounds more like a strategy thing or a tactic, as you mentioned. I don't think council has much of a role to play there. I think there are plenty of other more worthy goals for council to have to priority this year. Staff, nationalize, public works. I think we got the big lift on that, establishing that. Obviously, council will make the ultimate decision on that policy level when we advance them. Am I missing anything?
Yeah, I think, and I'm thinking about the grace rule that we have up there, I think kind of shaking off the cobwebs a little bit. What we did last year is we really focused on the goals. So that was fiscal sustainability and planning, that's the goal. And when we broke last year, we came out of this meeting with those goals. And then in December and January, staff populated everything that we're reviewing right now. And then we brought those back to council for approval. And so these actions, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, are exactly what you're saying. This is the staff work that we're doing to support that council goal of fiscal sustainability plan. So I think it's in the right place. I guess is my conclusion. Because you're right, council isn't going to do that work. We're going to do the work, and it's supporting that council.
Yeah.
So just shaking off the cobwebs on the structure again.
Yeah, and the other thing about the structure is that it also helps to keep council, I don't want to say in line, but in understanding of staff's capacity in the work plan. So it is a little bit more detailed than you might need for your purposes, but knowing like this is all of the stuff staff's working on. So when the community or when you have something that you want to bring and you want to say, staff, we really want you to do this, it's like, okay, well, which of these other things are we not going to do so that we have capacity to shift something else? Or what do we hit the pause button on or say not right now so that we can elevate a different body of work? That's kind of the idea. Does that make sense? Or does that bring everybody back to where we were and also then orient you to the method behind the pens here? Okay.
I like this is like you can't come up with, there's gonna be topics come out throughout the year, they come up. And you have to have a set, very clearly defined set of goals. So that Matthew or Dave or resource that actually support those goals.
Yeah. And the other thing I recall from, I can't remember in which of our interviews it came up, but one of you said, we need to be thoughtful about how we prioritize this year so that when there are extra things that come up, that we don't build the team out to 100% capacity. So there's a little bit of flexibility in case there are other things that arise that we need to deal with. So that was another thing that came up. Okay. The posters were a good idea. I don't know how we ended up with content that wasn't all yours. Figure that out later, but it was really just to save time, so I didn't have to write them all out. So that's fine, I can write. So the next goal here, that captures all of the ones for fiscal sustainability and planning. The next goal is infrastructure, which is develop a long-term plan that supports sustainable infrastructure that meets current and future community needs. You guys had 2 actions under this. The first one, complete the citywide facility master plan, including city-owned public infrastructure and buildings. Updates on this one?
I think we've done some work. I wouldn't say a citywide master plan, the city master plan is complete by any means. We've done some work. We had a rare volunteer working with us who went through our buildings and documented, created a database effectively of all the different components of the
What's
building.
the rare volunteer?
Yeah. What's that?
What's a rare volunteer?
Oh,
Resource assistance for rural environments is the AmeriCorps program.
Okay.
so she put together, effectively looking at our HVAC systems in every single building, finding out when they need to be replaced, things of that nature. So that is setting the framework for us to start building on that for an overall master plan.
Okay.
The infrastructure side of things, Dave might be able to comment on that or that too.
Yeah, my recollection is this particular topic was more geared towards what you were just talking about, the city facilities of buildings and a lot of those things that are administered by the general fund, kind of separate from utility master plans. I can't remember if we have somewhere separately that we talked about utility master plan.
And maybe this is clarity we can bring to this. My takeaway was that it is in addition to the decision.
Right.
So in my mind anyways, I see our 4 master plans from Public Works and that a city facility master. Plan. So
Yeah, you guys have it. I think it's the next one, right? I know.
it's specific. I think that's a bit more, it's connected but specific, yeah.
Okay.
And so I think the update on 5.1, again, hopefully knock on wood, we'll have the water master plan adopted this year. Going to give an update on wastewater.
And so, yeah, water master plan adopted within the current year. Wastewater work will begin on an update to the wastewater facility master plan, but that effort will continue into next year.
The water master plan.
What are the other two things?
For water and transportation.
And then wastewater,
Five, doesn't it? 5 year.
wastewater master plan will start in 2025.
It'll actually start this year.
Okay.
And continue into 2025. Or 2026 even.
And then I think we had a good comment that transportation and storm should go in our hands.
Okay, transportation and storm should go here. Updating the master plans?
Yeah, so updating our stormwater master plan is done in 2006. So it's coming right at the end of its year, right? It would be the next one I would suggest be considered for an update. And then our transportation system plan, we're in pretty good shape on it, actually. It's a 2017 plan. So we're still in the earlier phases of that 20-year plan. We've got a little bit of time before it needs to be refreshed.
And so, when I read 5.1, the question counted in, the first thing that came to my mind was that it's a 2-word answer, in progress. And then secondly, did you not hire a facilities manager?
Yeah.
So that would be under this too.
Right.
As part of what we've done, but we're not there yet. Just based on these different projects with Public Works, but other buildings we have, we're still
So other,
figuring out what his role is, I would imagine.
Yeah, so he started based off of some of the work from the rare volunteer. You know, it took us some time to hire a facility supervisor. He started, but there's still a lot of.
One of the completed things that was the current facilities manager.
oh, it's facility supervisor, okay, got it, so hired. Okay, okay, got it.
And if I may lean in and Dave can tell you. I think you want me to. One of the things Dave and I had a lot of conversations about this year with our heavy workload was the transportation system plan was 2016, right? 2017. And so that plan is still really fresh. What is of maybe more urgent concern, not urgent, but more conversation that needs to happen sooner than updating that plan is transportation system funding. And we had some back and forth conversations this year in the hangar.
Okay.
I think we had some back and forth conversations this year about trying to have that conversation with council about street funding. We decided not to do that because of everything else that's going on the and another financial conversation for the water master plan was this way too much. So the systems plan has some legs underneath it still, but funding is still a real challenge. And so I don't think that's necessarily next year because we'll have the wastewater master plan going on. But the funding component is going to be at our feet sooner than that updating to the SCD itself. That makes sense.
Right.
Question, it was 2017, you're sort of coming up on the midpoint of that. As an example, is there a halfway point or review, I think, to bring up like the planning part of it, plan review. That.
You're right on track. It's a really good practice to update the 20-year plans every 10 years. Now, we haven't historically always had the resources to do that. And we have often kind of trailed in the scheduled completion of projects. So we, in 10 years, we haven't always had a lot of new information to feed into it. So our water master plan that we're just wrapping up is right at the end of its 20-year life. We've identified the stormwaters at the end of its 20-year life and should be updated. The exception is our wastewater facility master plan. We're only 10 years out and we're doing an update because a lot of things have changed. We've got a lot of things accomplished, and the things that affect the wastewater system have changed since we did that plan. So it's a really appropriate time to do that 10-year update like they're suggesting. So that's exactly what we're doing.
Somebody, if I made the airport also has an investment plan, she's funded by the FAA at this point. Already a funding component in place, and we started for 13 years.
The airport, the master plan, it's gonna be done in 2025. Okay. Couple things for the hangar, couple updates, any refinements on this one? Guys, keep it in on the list, keep on. Okay. 5.2, prioritize adequate funding to support the completion of projects in each of the city's public works master plans.
I would say that's ongoing.
Okay.
I think that's going to be something that's probably ongoing every year, but right now it's really a focus for us. I mentioned several times, we're in the process of giving the council the opportunity to adopt a new water master plan, and an important component of that is the financial piece.
Okay.
And then, as I said, when we're going to be updating the wastewater facility master plan, there's going to be an associated financial discussion with it going on into the next year. So.
What I also might add to this, thinking of a 12-month horizon, is maybe two subparts to this action, which would be the fifth resolution I outlined a moment ago, and if not after December, it could lead over to the next year. And then water rate adjustment. And so that I think are two actions that are within the next 12 months to prioritize adequate funding to support the master plans that we adopt.
So this one might need some refinement.
Yeah, I think so, because I think, it almost strikes me as a goal. I'm not suggesting we move it to a program, but there's part A and there's like a part A and a part B, part one, part two. Okay.
All right, any other questions or discussion about our infrastructure actions here?
How big, here, 60? Dave, how big?
The 6th Street Bridge has become a priority for us because of a report that we got from an ODOT inspection that we currently need is recommending replacement of the bridge.
Yeah.
And so we are right now in a process of beating the bushes to identify potential funding, because that's going to be an expensive project that the issue of transportation funding was mentioned earlier, and that is one of our big challenges is funding transportation system projects. So we have begun the process of trying to reach out and see what funding might be available, all the way from Christmas tree bill funding to ODOT local bridge improvement program. And that's an effort that will certainly carry over. I would say it's a high priority.
So that may be conversation better for later, but I would ask Seth, if you have any big projects that are big impacts or big conversations like that, today's the day of ropes and stuff.
Yeah, and working with Josh and spots with Dave and everything. One of the goals we put down is, maybe for next year, is, and I kind of bluntly put it jokingly to some people, just so everybody hears it. Every year there's a Christmas tree bill out of the state. They list a dozen or so cities. Dallas hasn't been listed recently, to my knowledge. I want the Dalles listed next year. I think this would be.
What's it called, the Christmas tree bill?
There's a couple different avenues, but there, yeah, one that's kind of unofficial, you know, is Christmas tree bill.
I'm gonna stay wrong.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it.
I'm gonna. Not to be obnoxious, but. I get you wrong. You're wrong. Since our reach team is here. And all this again. I feel that we spend too much time sitting people watching DC, too little prepared, and not much time sitting in Fed. I would say. You really restrained the life of time for us to direct our outfit. You get Salem. Getting us on the omnibus bill, strengthening our relationship with the United States law.
I brought that up 8 to 10 years ago, talking on Ridge Street. I was talking, you know, it happened for a little while. They made one of their trips down there. Yeah. Faded. They didn't get back to petitioning.
But it's, Dr. Remy, you and I and some of the fellow council to be really clear, if I see 2 trips to Washington DC in this year's budget and 0 trips to Salem, I'm gonna kick up a fuss. Or let us re-examine the time we send our people leaving the city to Raleigh, make sure we're doing it effectively.
Part of the reason that the big communities and small communities of the valley get, they're way up on the list to receive funds, is that they're there, they get to know the people that are represented in the state, whether they're local representatives or otherwise. We need to be down there and be known personally by state representatives from a lot of districts in order to get the votes to get the money. And we're not doing that.
All right, well, I've noted it so that you guys can have some more, and I see Dave, so you guys can have some more conversation about it when you get to refining this whole area in particular. Dave, what were you gonna
Yeah, there's one more important update about Stickler Bridge that I should have provided.
do? Okay,
That is that we actually have funds identified in the current budget to do an evaluation of the bridge and.
hold on, there's more, the side conversations, the mayor's not gonna be able to hear. Okay, you guys have funds available in the
So
current
we're gonna
budget?
be doing a conceptual design, and evaluation of the bridge in our current, year. So that will then, develop a plan for moving forward, whether there is an opportunity to rehabilitate the bridge, or whether it really does need replacement, and identify a budget for doing. Then we'll know exactly how much money we should be asking for from these other sources. So I kind of misspoke when I said we're not doing anything yet. We're doing the first steps right now.
Okay, all right, great. Helpful updates. You guys ready to move to the next one? Any other questions, comments? Things related to infrastructure? Okay, let's do, goal 3, which I believe this one is houselessness. There are more actions to houselessness, but we'll start with these ones. All right, so in alignment with Mid-Columbia Community Action Council, with Curtis and Pat, right? Identify legislative ask, support, and have the city manager, mayor, council president submit letters of support and or submit legislative testimony. Jeff, complete? Okay, any questions about it? Any others?
I mean, if I may just give a little bit of, maybe just a little bit of an intro to this one. You know, this one was kind of interesting because there are things that are, again, ongoing and more or less complete. So I mean, this time last year, houselessness was, a much hotter topic, just to put it bluntly. But since then, you know, the CAC has completed the Gloria Center, they completed the annex. You know, we worked with them in the different capacities, financially supporting the Gloria Center. Doing what we needed to do to facilitate the annex. And I may just put it bluntly again, nothing really else that's come up in this one. But it's also kind of an ongoing thing. So I guess I just frame it that way, that we can say it's completed and take it off the list. But it's not really completed if the CAC has a request for, you know, asks us for support legislatively. It just hasn't happened. So it's kind of like a hypothetical scenario that could happen. Do we keep it listed or not?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those things, like, I feel like groups are hesitant to want to take things off the list, but if you're prioritizing this work against all of the other priorities that you have, it seems, I don't know, it seems like something of this, it seems weird to prioritize a hypothetical alongside other real needs. Yes, Mayor. Oh, you were muted.
Sorry, I had my hand up and then Matthew pretty much said what I was gonna say, so I took my hand down. But
Okay.
I think the one thing that's kind of out there that I'm not sure the council or me is really up on is the housing development on the west side by the transportation center that Mid-Columbia Community Action is involved with. And I think I certainly anticipated them coming to us for more help for that. Maybe maybe they're working with Josh, I'm not sure, but maybe Josh, if you could give us an update on that project, because that's what I thought this goal was centered on, in light of notwithstanding what Matthew said about the Gloria Center and the annex and the homeless situation.
Yeah, thanks. So that project, the group, so it's MCAC is involved, but it's also the Housing Authority involved with it. They are working with, I think, Northwest Housing Initiative out of Portland to move that project forward. They went for some funding. I think it's been about 18 months ago. They were unsuccessful there. And I think we actually just had a conversation with the Housing Authority, Dan Spots and I just last week before that. They are moving forward again for trying to request additional funding on it. It's still pretty slow moving, but as far as assistance that the city's providing, we're going to be providing some environmental review of the project itself, and that's kind of an early stage on that, but no real timeline on the project itself.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions, comments around this one?
Comments.
Yes.
In addition to the addition of the Gloria Center and the annex, there was also the closure of St. Vincent's, which changed the situation about homelessness in the downtown. And everything has been very volatile at that time. However, I think we found some stabilization. Although in the past several weeks, we're seeing an increase in new arrivals. I don't know where they're coming from, but what we're seeing more again is on sidewalk out at Colonel Sanders, right in front of there's another growth, and that's becoming another issue. Over on Bayway, in that particular, I know we're working on codes enforcement on taking action against that. But what we want to do is maintain all of our right of ways so that they're accessible by people, so that they have free access to these sidewalks, so no camping. So that's something we still have to focus on, because I see it's on a rise again. So we're gonna have to take that. So we can't abandon this. We're gonna have to stay on top of this issue, because we're having people out of, Portland is going to do a push to deal with their homelessness in Portland, which means where are those people gonna go? And how are they going to get there? So those things we don't know yet. That's in process.
I
So
think that
that's,
might be related to this next one,
yeah,
this next action too.
I think it's gonna end up being a new action.
that's, yeah. I was just, when we were talking about the annex, there are other things happening as well, add to that mix.
So maybe is this one, do we want to flag it for refinement then? This one needs some refinement about what you guys want to do next on houselessness?
I would recommend refinement. I didn't put it in the hangar because I think it also goes and speaks to what Dan had brought up with state, interaction with the state in Salem. And maybe working with the governor's, committee on houselessness. There's a lot gathered from there. I know I brought it up. Our state representative.
I would disagree about putting it in the hangar though, because I feel like it's next 12 months.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay,
I meant for later.
okay, yeah, for later when we go to the refinement, definitely
Okay.
discuss it
And
then.
I agree
We all
with
have a
that.
lot of thoughts on it.
Okay. Tagged it for refinement. All right,
Or how does that sound?
yes, Mayor.
Did I understand that the issue of homelessness is going to be discussed at a later time, or is this the time to bring up something now?
Well, when we do our refinement later in the afternoon, we've just flagged this one as one that needs to be refined further for what you want to do with it next.
Okay, I just wanted to point out that there's two things that are recent things that have happened, and one is the Supreme Court decision of a couple of months ago on the Boise, Idaho and the Grants Pass, Oregon cases. And the second thing is the extent to which that decision will impact the existing law passed by the state legislature a couple of years ago. Jonathan, I think it's 3115, is that the House bill?
Yeah,
And the and whether or not the League of Oregon Cities is on top of this a lot. And the extent to which the League of Oregon Cities is going to be able to lobby the state legislature to refine that law to make it more consistent with the Supreme Court decision. So.
All right, so this will be a topic of discussion this afternoon. What about 3.2? Consistently tag and abate camps and other debris within the right of way or on public property. Encourage and support private property owners in abating issues as well as partnering with other agencies.
That's gonna be ongoing work, it works all over that.
yes.
That's day-to-day work. And then. I think there's some specifics in like this over the last year with relationship with RR, for example. So.
What's your PR?
Railroad.
No, no.
Yeah.
Very good part of the so
Okay.
we're actually sort of firing on all cylinders on that right now.
So these are, so partnerships for these agencies and an additional code enforcement officer.
And those are our accomplishments for sure.
Okay. So does this stay on the list or is it operational?
I think the gist of what I'm getting is the problem has been drastically reduced in the last year, all these things you talked about. You know, it's not something we want to take our eye off of.
Okay,
So if we find
continue.
To monitor.
Okay.
3.3 seems operational. No, 3.2 is operational.
Well, that's what I was just asking about, but
Yeah.
they're saying continue
Yes.
it. Okay. All right. Anything else on this one? What about 3.3? Provide funding support to programs such as CAP, our Lake Columbia Center for Living, street outreach response efforts in partnership with CAP and others to improve access and entry into medical and behavioral health services. Updates on this one?
Yeah, I mean, just the blunt update on this one is, this came about when we had a discussion at council, like 10 different options from small to larger to help react to some of the conditions we had. And we had several meetings and conversations with Center for Living about rated funding and other opportunities to use city resources or opioid funding, for example. And it just frankly didn't culminate in anything. The Mid-Columbia Community Action Council, I think, they expressed interest, but they had a lot of different things going on, and you know, we engaged several times, and then there just wasn't that sufficient follow-up to bring it to, you know, ahead. So for me, this, I kind of put a check mark next to this one that we. Yeah, it kind of, it seemed like it was worthy to have a conversation around it, but the start to go on.
In addition, though, we also had the county that was working to develop mental health and drug. Remember when we were supporting their efforts? And I think that's why we wrote in that one at the bottom, but that one has been put on the back burner because of staffing and funding, loss of funding. So I don't know, I agree with putting it on the checklist probably. However, mental health has to be addressed on the mental health issue, on the homeless issue, because if we look at it and examine it, most of the homelessness that was happening, people residing in Providence City families, those have been addressed at the annex, in my opinion, at like a glorious center. So you have a group of people that are still out there, but these are the most egregious people with mental health issues. I still believe we have to address that some way, and I don't have that has to be addressed for about 5 people walking the streets of our city. Would you agree with me, Chief? Because they are the ones causing almost all of the issues and time consumption by the police force.
Dan, sorry.
So question for, I guess everybody, but Jim, them, Matthew. Is that something the city, is that a dial the city can turn? Or, you know, the county has statutory authority for behavioral health and mental health services, and they employ, a lot of reasons. You know, we do anything, and if we can, let's talk about what we can do, the way and how to do. But if it's sort of like society needs to do something, I just feel like that was such a big topic that we need to be very specific or support where appropriate.
I hear what you're saying. However, I still think the county needs the support of the city. We are the largest entity in the county, and when they go down this path, I think we need to lend all of our voice to their efforts.
And not to like beat this horse beyond recognition. We can do that going to Salem.
I hear you on that as well, and I agree with you on that, but we'll talk. That's another topic.
So my question is this an action for our city staff to be addressing mental health concerns in the city? And maybe it is, but I'm just asking, is that a city work item or not our city work item?
I don't have an opinion right now, but
We can flag it for refinement. Ben had
The suggestion, yeah, I think we flag it for refinement. I was just thinking if it ties in well with 3.1 that's already refinement, because I don't see the city as Dalles solving that problem. I think it's gonna be a city, county, state. Because I agree, there's like so many business parties for that, especially
I agree.
Agreed. We don't need our staff taking on another project.
No.
Especially that one where we really don't have the expertise to handle it. Be ready to participate if asked. The county, the medical district, the health district are the 2 main players there, plus Center for Living.
I would say a supportive role, but not a lead role.
Yeah.
So you guys, I see Dan and Matt, we are going to have more time for debate on this later. So let's hear the last two comments if you want to add them now. Are you good? Because I want to get through the update so that you guys have the full context and then leave space for all the debate. Matthew.
I think my comment will help you.
Okay,
I think 3.4 almost could replace 3.1, 3.3.
Okay, so that's the strengthened regional partnership by staff and council participating in housing summits, town halls, and other opportunities around housing, mental health, and other wraparound services.
broad enough that
Yeah,
kind of
okay.
cover what I'm hearing. I think. Because it's not really specific, but
So I'm gonna just make a note, maybe include this in refinement. Discussion. Or 3-1 and 3-3. Okay, any other updates on 3.4 that you wanna mention or highlight? What about 3.5? Continue to proactively inform the community around updates, strategies, projects, and resources through council presentations, social media, toolkits, and website. Ongoing.
I think there was a big thing there. Yes, going to proactively inform the community. We see nothing wrong with continuing that.
Matthew?
So I may mark this for refinement, but in a different way. One, and thinking about this session today, one potential goal that came to my mind is something around communication, community engagement. There's of this thing, I guess you could say. And so we need to communicate a whole host of things, from rate adjustments, water master plans to goal 3.5, like we talked about, around helplessness. I think the local government academy is kind of one of those items, which is a different goal. And I think there may be some interest and opportunity on that. How the city presents itself and engages the community. New social media platforms, we opened up an Instagram account, for example, standardizing some of what we do and how we look to the community may fall under that. So I think this one could be one of those things that disappears, but if there's interest in a goal like that, like on the work session today, I see some of those things fitting. Great.
All right.
Relations.
Okay, 3.6, evaluate, how are we doing on time? It's 10:44. Why don't we take a break? And then, or do you guys want to finish these last two, then we have this whole area done? And then you want to go. What, 3.6, evaluate and determine if and how the city can provide funding or other support for new alternative services. You said you want to take it off?
I'm just taking off. We're always willing to listen, but that implies that we're going to money there right now. We have so many projects ahead of us. With Google money and other money, that we don't have time to just say, okay, let's find a way to spend some more money.
Does anybody disagree with removing this?
No.
I think we can definitely consolidate or ask staff to consolidate these points. There's a lot, there's a lot of overlap.
Okay, Mayor, any trouble with consolidating some of these actions in this whole area? Oh, you're muted.
No, I agree completely. And when we got to this, I was going to ask what new alternative services were, but if I like what Rod's suggestion is, if we get rid of it, that answers my question.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. All right, and then last one here, invite community partners to present to council community on recent successes, upcoming / ongoing projects and challenges.
We do that with everything.
Okay.
City council meetings, we have a public session right at the beginning, or it can be on the agenda to talk about your project and so forth. I don't think we need it as action that we have to do as part of our normal way of life.
Agree.
Agreed?
Yeah.
Okay, we can probably just. Okay, good, let's take a break now, so take 10 minutes. And then we'll be back and finish the last review.
So.
So you guys, we have, housing supply left, and then we have our livability goal area, and then we'll move into our spot analysis before we break the lunch. So we're gonna keep moving, and just remember, the debate, like the questions and the comments are really good, but you will have additional time for a debate later this afternoon as you do your refinement, so don't feel like I'm cutting you off, just know that there's gonna be focused opportunities for that later. Okay, housing supply. First one here, we have in alignment with Mid-Columbia Housing, identify the legislative ask supports and have the city manager, mayor, council president submit letters of support or submit legislative testimony. Matthew, I see is making a sign to be cut this.
As requested.
As requested, okay. All right, I guess anybody opposed to that? Okay. Second one here, engage and partner with Mid-Columbia Housing to support long-term affordable attainable housing developments through funding infrastructure and property development. Any updates on this one? Comments, questions?
I'll make a quick comment as a former chair of Mid-Columbia Housing. It always seemed odd that the city didn't have a representative on that committee, on that board of directors. This is the largest population center in the county. County have representatives on there, but not city. My tenure, I don't know that we do now. I don't. So as far as engaging, that might be one thought to possibly pursue.
Yeah, but these are ours, right?
Yeah.
And Dr. What's the name of the director? Aaron Long, she's been with them about 13 years.
Yeah. Where did Joel Madsen in this?
Mid-state.
Who? Where is that? Oh, where is that?
I forget what department.
Yeah, he's the new director or like co-director of the housing accountability and production. office.
So where somebody to take a trip, Salem is not that it's no thing.
Yeah, yeah, they're the housing police, but they're kind of, the state sets these metrics of how many houses each community is supposed to build, and the community's not moving forward with that, the housing police come after. Yeah.
So what I was getting at, though, I don't know that this needs to be a major goal of ours or whatnot, but I think it would be behoove us to at least think about having a representative involved.
100% agree.
Yeah.
Okay,
So if I may just ask a question. Why is the county?
I don't know, I was chair for
Yeah.
7 or 8 years.
I wonder where that comes
Before that, it was Sherman County judge.
okay,
Can I ask, Rich, did you hear that? Hear that part of the discussion?
but why is the county on the board?
No, about having the suggestion to have a city representative on that.
Have a city representative on what? The McCack board or the Housing Authority board or what?
Housing authority.
Mid-Columbia Housing.
I think before we would push for that, maybe we get the input of the,
Yeah.
of the people on the board there. I don't know who the county rep is now, but maybe talk to them and see how they feel about it before we push it.
You guys
Is
want to
that-
flag,
Just in reviewing that, not.
Yeah.
Ultimately,
you guys want to refine it, flag it to refinement? Okay,
it is a by county, we order both this side of the river, and across the river. It just seemed that in the largest community in the gorge, it's not really that.
okay. We'll flag that one for refinement. 2.3 is complete housing production strategy and incorporate the results into the future goal setting processes.
Yeah, so that, currently underway. We will be bringing it in front of council for adoption probably in January. And then it lists out, I think there's like 15 or so different strategies that are based, kind of spaced out over short-term, medium-term, and long-term strategies for the next 8 years.
So this maybe needs some refinement because you're almost done with it.
Well, probably no refinement, probably just the fact that what comes after that is now all these strategies that we need to start implementing into our goal setting process over the next 8 years. So,
Okay.
yeah, I would say it's just about done, but it's providing us with more work to do.
Okay.
I was just planning to bring up the idea of a follow-up to the production that he has a goal for 25 and what is next 3 to 5. Next steps.
Yeah, we have basically benchmarks to report to the state with. So it is required in the HPS process that you have to show that basically progress reports as we're going through it. But yeah, it's a matter of those 15 strategies, deciding which we want to take on and over. What conversations we have with the planning commission and council, that's been those strategies we discussed. And staff will be meeting, our internal team will meet next week to go over how those may, how we're going to space them out, because when they proposed it to us, our consultant put a lot of them right on the front. There's 1 to 3 years, 1 to 4 years, of a lot of the majority of 15. So hopefully, we've already made some notes about maybe moving some of them further out, maybe making some of them more priority.
So, just leave this one, continue. Okay.
And I think one thing that may happen, I think today, when we bring our final document back to council, is we may be able to flesh in 1 or 2 strategies we might pursue in the next 12 months into this. That work is to do.
Okay. All right, 2.4, continually evaluate a tiered approach to system development charges by both the city and by the Parks and Recreation District to foster development of diverse housing options.
Yeah, so this was, I could say, probably embedded into one of the strategies of the housing production strategy. We are still continuing to evaluate it. The added complexity to it was with the water master plan currently being completed, trying to figure out how those will align. And I believe I wasn't at the last discussion on the master plan, but I believe that this time it was like hold on SDCs until we flush everything out and housing production strategy.
That's my understanding as well. So, the master plans that we've been talking about, the water master plan, which we're just wrapping up, the wastewater facility master plan that we're getting ready to undertake, include financial analyses that will support these SDC discussions.
Okay.
Yeah, and with the HPS, just the conversations we've had, I believe it now has created a public record for us to potentially work with the Parks Department a little bit more on their STC methodology and maybe a tiered approach for that or breaks for certain types of housing. But it's, I think, definitely been a frustration with people in the community continuing to see STCs rise for the Parks Department every single year. And it just hasn't stopped for, I think, 4 or 5 years now. So
At the same time, the city hasn't changed this since 2007.
Right. Yeah, the frustration is that, people joke, but it's, the reality, you can build a house, 60% of your SDC totals belong to the Parks Department, 40% is going to the city, more water, sewer, storm, transportation. So.
Okay, Mayor?
Yeah, I was gonna mention exactly what Josh just said. I don't know enough about the numbers. I'm not sophisticated enough with the numbers to understand if the park district's SDCs are justified. But I hear continually from people all over town about they're way too high and they're not, they don't justify them. And I think this is something that we need to reckon with. And whether that's a small group of us that go to talk to the park district or whether we do our own homework to show that their numbers are too high. I just think it's something that needs to be reckoned with. And if we don't do it, I don't know who will, because they're certainly not going to do it.
I respectfully disagree with the mayor, that something the city needs to regulate. If, I don't oppose anyone having a conversation or going talk to the parks. But we have our own things to deal with, and parks, SPC policies are frustrating people. That is just not a conversation on bike, I just don't see the benefit or the money on it.
I think it's just, sorry, I was going to mention, I think it's just that I think the city has an interest in mitigating barriers to development of our community. If housing is a priority for the city council, then I think any barrier, regardless of whether that's something that the city has control over or otherwise, should at least be on the radar. And I think that's sort of what the push might be coming from. If we can, incentivize further development, maybe we tackle a few other issues that are on that board too.
I also kind of feel though we, the city, also collect those SDCs for them. So it makes us look like we are, in agreement upon what those SDC fees are. So if we're not gonna get involved, it may need to look at not collecting those SDC fees. It's a reflection on us when we take the payment.
I join with the mayor in that one of the topics that I'm confronted with criticism is the Parks and Rec SDCs, and they're too high. So and it does pose a barrier for our development of the city. So I think, a small group of people maybe going to the director and then maybe to the board. I don't know if they're going to, I doubt if they'll lower their SDCs, but at least they'll be aware. I don't know if they're getting that feedback or not.
I'm gonna flag this for refinement.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll just mention one more thing so that we get missed. Right now, Parks and Rec is pretty mad at the city because
I know.
the PLT change, so
Yeah,
need
I
to
know.
be aware of the timing of such a big poke.
Well, I just want to add that I agree with everything everybody's been saying. I think we have to understand that the Park District Board, in my opinion, is kind of clueless. I think they just kind of go along with the flow. They raise them every year. They don't ask sufficient questions. And I think their cluelessness was evident when we had the discussion a month ago about the TRT or TLT. I think we have to understand that. And if we're going to go talk to them, I think we have to understand that there might be a couple of exceptions on there, but like Marcus, for example, I think he's pretty sharp and understands this stuff. The rest, in my discussions with the rest of them, I don't think they have a clue.
All right, flag for refinement. Timing's important.
The only other thing I may add, and speaking devil's advocate a little bit, is that we haven't adjusted our STCs since 2007. And if and when we do, we may be adjusting them quite significantly. And then the Parks STC may not seem as bad as so it's kind of one thing to say, hey, you need to lower your STCs because they're a barrier to the community, and then the next year we jack up, for example. I'm just putting that out there.
And I guess I would just offer, I think there might be an opportunity for quite a bit of education on this disease to all parties.
Yeah.
Regardless of which side of the, issue you feel you're on now, we're too high, we're too low. I think there's an opportunity for a lot of education around SDCs and where we really are in comparison to other communities.
Our water master plan came out and showed us like pretty moderate compared to the communities with that.
This is the water SDC.
The water, so it feels like a little bit of that, we can arguing about parts, but if we all want to like go and slap them around about it, that's fine. I just don't feel like it's like a work item that we really want to emphasize in the city. Just because we feel like a lot of juice for the amount of squeeze that's been going.
And so just to comment, this is refinement, so I'll be done after this. It could be more broadly stated around the rock lines of reducing barriers that SDCs present to housing or something, right? Perceived barriers.
Okay, you guys are gonna have some good discussion in your refinement groups. Okay, housing supply, last one here. Complete infrastructure projects that support denser housing development in alignment with master plans. Any updates on this?
I think the awarding of the 12th Street sidewalk project just the other day is something that will support denser housing on the east side of town.
I think that's good. November meeting, the next, for the actually, the award. I guess I would suggest that this is something that's always going to be ongoing for us, in my view. By updating these master plans, they're able to identify using the existing land use regulations or goals in place at the time. We can recognize and project how much additional population the infrastructure needs to serve. And it develops, the master plans develop the list of projects. And then it's just a matter of carrying out those master plans on into the future. So I'm going to say this is something that's going to be ongoing for the city. We're not going to check this one off.
Okay, ongoing indefinitely.
Yeah.
Okay,
Joshua, when it says complete infrastructure projects that support denser housing development in alignment with master plan. Isn't density controlled by the state? We're basically told what we have to do regarding density of housing. So it's not really our choice.
And maybe not density is controlled by the state, but the number of units is controlled by the state.
So the wording of that altogether just seems like it's not quite.
do you guys want to flag it to refine it? Over time. I don't know. Okay. Good. Anything else around housing? All right, let's shift to livability. Sasha, do you want to help me get those? Yeah, up here, so perhaps we can do that. So livability, you guys have 6 actions in this goal. First one being aggressively recruit and retain police officers by evaluating market conditions, department resources to remain competitive and ensure proper staffing to allow the NEAT, I don't know what that means, Mid-Columbia Narcotics Team and traffic assignment to all be active. What's NEAT? Oh, great. Okay. Updates on this one?
So we're only staff now, represented. There's always a however. I try to be to it more. Still like training and most operation, actually operation. So those specialty assignments really take experience to get there, and we have a few base patrol staff, but we are back to traffic now, so traffic has been restaffed, and then NEAT likely to get re-envisioned to slightly adjust control. Everybody's working on almost this community outreach and neighborhood issues now, so that's like our day-to-day work. So
Okay.
we'll probably roll that into a business support liaison officer or community.
So would you say this is complete or
Say again?
is this complete or does it need to be refined?
So we don't
Where's it
have
ongoing?
back. The INT is our Mid-Columbia Interagency Narcotics Task Force, and that we could go forward with that, but we have to have partnership on that, and we don't have it yet from the sheriff of the state and our other Mid-Columbia partners. So it's always going to be a work in progress. It's just one person leaves and right back to recruitment. So right now, we're in a significantly better position than last year.
Okay,
So would you think it'd be fair to say that you want to shift the focus to retain now?
Retention, yeah, that's a great idea. There you go.
so we'll refine it. Okay, second one here, evaluate technology, software and other tools to increase efficiency of all departments and enhance existing services to the community.
Well, I think, so, our IT director, David Collins, is not here today, he is ill. And I think this is an ongoing one. We've done a lot of different things this year, we've added staff to the IT department, building upon very significant changes. By creating an IT department with a director, with a systems admin staff, now with the network admin staff, and then help desk specialist. The challenge that we have is, I'll speak for David here, is similar to Tom, is that we're still on board, we're still recruiting for the network position. And we've had the systems admin position, unfortunately, but very, very happy for him. He just came back from FMLA from having a kid. And so we've made these structure and staffing changes, we've allocated resources here, but I don't feel that we're not really firing on all cylinders yet, because we've had some people who are out, they're back, now someone's on vacation because they weren't able to take vacation during FMLA, have an illness. So my hope is next year, we'll really start to be able to, the cylinders will really start to be able to fire. And I think the other thing that's happened this year is that the more our new city resources have looked into IT, the more it's coming back and understanding the true scope of where we currently are and where we need to get to versus get even better. It's becoming more apparent, and it's daunting. And so I think this needs to stay there. Maybe there's some refinement to it, definitely refinement to it, but it's definitely a priority.
Okay.
So in progress and we're succeeding.
We're headed in the right direction for sure.
Sounds a little bit like the foundation's coming together this year.
Right.
Next year would be the refinement.
Okay. Next one here is review and update the animal control ordinance with and contract with the local shelter for comprehensive animal control services.
So the contract's been completed for animal control. That's the new contract we have with Columbia Florida Humane Society. And animal control and dog ordinance are slated for early next year. The drafts are done. The drafts are done. To roll by Sunday, so like the next few days. We have a workable red line back from comments from our police chief on the animal ordinance. So this is slated for fingers crossed January at council. And just to lean into it a little bit more, but the drafts, correct me if I'm wrong, Jonathan, include the concept of a leash law to foster a conversation around it. So start thinking about it.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, comments on this one?
Well, Matthew just said what I was going to say, but I'm having previous experience with leash laws and everything. They tend to be very controversial. So I think the council should start thinking about whether they would support a concept of a leash law or not. And probably the sooner you start thinking about it, that'll help for the discussion that's going to happen in the near future. Thanks.
Okay. Put your ducks in a row for leash law ordinance conversation.
Oh, come on, dogs in a row.
Dogs in a row. Dogs in a row.
Just take a small victory lap on the contract, what was on the last Humane Society. Our contract was clarified, streamlined, and it's much more user friendly now for what we get from them. And we don't run into the overages that we used to in terms of like, hey, we held the stock for too long and now it's gonna cost us a whole bunch of money. So it's
works better for us.
All right, not only is it complete, it's better. All right. Ordinances are coming. You guys are almost ready to check this off the list.
I feel, honestly, I feel it across the board that trying to think if there's any exceptions here, so I don't sound weird, but I'm trying to Kool-Aid, but pretty much across the board, I feel like that's true of our staff. Generally, and certainly this last year, they've just taken on a lot of different projects and processes. Really, well, in a lot of ways.
In a positive fashion, yes, I agree.
I think you guys, I don't know, in the conversations we had leading up to today, it was attributed to like, it was a really focused conversation last year and they felt like they got really good direction. So I just think I know it's a long day to be here. We're almost halfway through it, but it's helpful to be able to give this level of direction. That's the kind of progress you see, to the point that you guys are tired. They make you work so hard having so many meetings, to wear the council out, so. All right, next one, advance the work on the city's downtown plaza in partnership with the Urban Renewal Agency by finalizing plaza's intended purpose, usability, and amenities.
In progress.
In progress.
So there's substantial steps taken. Subcommittee has been formed for and design engineering contractor has been engaged. We have a contract in place. They're scoping that project. Conversations with the buying property owners.
Engineers are scoping, you said?
Yes.
I'd like to keep it refined just a little bit for next year. That's something like produce design. Secure funding. And so.
Yeah, there's a, I think, there's a refinement to it, update to it.
Okay.
But I want to keep the momentum. We've talked about this for years and years. This year we have real momentum. 25. If we don't break ground, it'll only be basically like all done. Ground broke.
Okay. Next one here is maintain funding for sidewalk rehabilitation and ADA replacement programs.
So I would just offer that the program has really picked up in terms of the amount of work we've been able to get done under since within the current fiscal year, we increased funding for commercially related projects or redevelopment projects. So downtown have benefited from that. So, I think we're having more and more success with that program and have a process in place that is more efficient and easier for people to access those funds and let's get the projects done. So if the council was of a mind to continue to do that, Public Works would like to keep helping with those projects.
How much do we currently have in the budget for the 50/50 sidewalk?
Well, there's, I think, pulling off the top of my head, I think we had $50,000, maybe it was $100,000 for residential. I want to say $150,000 for commercial properties and $250,000 for redevelopment projects. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Historically, does the city end up expending nearly all of that budgeted amount?
We were a lot closer this year. Yeah, we roll over a little bit every year, but this year it looks like, some of it's going to be the timing of the project between now and July, whether all that goes out the door will roll over to next year. But yeah, we've got nearly all of it committed this year. And that's just the sidewalk rehabilitation part. That's not the ADA upgrades part. The ADA upgrades part is closer to $350,000 a year. We have not been successful getting that money out the door this current fiscal year because we've run into a capacity issue with our in-house engineering and we need to actually engage the services to come out to an engineering firm to design these projects so that we can then spend the funds to construct 40 to 50 sidewalk ramps a year. And we've just been at capacity this year with being able to get the contracts developed and out the door to even engage the services of an engineering firm to help us do that. So that one, if the city wanted to take a year off, and I'm kind of jumping ahead of budget, but maybe there's an opportunity not to add general fund money in the coming budget because we have a little bit of a backlog and accumulation of funds on the ADA portion of it as we catch up. But the rehab program, the rehabilitation of existing sidewalks, I think that program works pretty, we're having some success.
Okay. Other questions on this one?
Yeah, I just have a question to follow up with what you just said. We're doing the ADA version slower than we do, right? Like, we're so backlogged, is it like?
Yeah, I mean, we had, we had done the ADA transition plan and at the rate that we were originally planning to fund that, it was gonna take us something like 60-some years to get all cycle. We doubled that funding, so that of course, inflation also has an effect.
Right.
So that may be, in an ideal world, takes 30 years to first catch up. Now, if we wanted to continue to throw money at it, we get it in contracted engineer on board. We can take a really big swing at it and, do 100 scraps in 1 year, instead of the 40 to 50 we're shooting for.
So it might make more sense, even if you don't feel like you have capacity this year, to continue putting money into that fund.
It won't go anywhere if it's not spent on it. We allocate it to ADA, so it would just continue to build the bank for a bigger project.
Yeah, because you really do, there's no shortage of work to be done, so
No.
if ever there's contractors available.
That's true. That's a baggage.
Okay. So keep this one on there. Sounds like. And then the last one in livability is expand efforts to foster more community engagement, education, and participation in local government by evaluating how often the city should conduct programs such as the Local Government Academy and improving inclusivity.
And so this is, I think.
Dan's like, that was a long one.
This goes back to my comment a little while ago. I feel like that's like the public relations goal.
Okay,
And there's a lot of action there.
you feel like this needs refinement?
Or we're moving it as an action because if you're gonna have a goal where we list things like the local government academy and other items, other actions.
So Matt, if you're gonna propose a good goal that's like community engage with their outreach or something like that.
Very hesitant. Just because we'll have to go through a process of prioritizing on it. I'm really hesitant to add another goal because. But I think it's a discussion for later in the session, I guess is what I'm saying.
So I'm gonna flag it for refinement, so you guys, more discussion. Comments, questions? This one? Okay. Well, we got through all the progress updates. Was that helpful? I feel like you got a solid lay of the land as far as where things are and where you want to have some conversation later. All right, our next exercise because we have 30 minutes before lunch and I originally had slated a little more time to do this. I'm just gonna change up how we do it. It'll make it more efficient, I think. Usually does. I'm gonna break you guys into 3 small groups to help populate our SWOT analysis. So the SWOT analysis, again, it gives you some context, some additional context conversation into some of the future opportunities, as well as like really thinking in on where the current challenges or problems might be. And then also looking at threats gives you an opportunity to better manage those going into the future. So we'll cover, and then also thinking about your strengths as a community and as an organization helps you think about where you might be able to leverage some of those strengths to either seize an opportunity or address the problem. So Sasha is working on getting you into, you got them? She's got you into 3 groups. While you guys get into your groups and start mapping some ideas out, what I'm gonna do is have you put them on your Post-its. So using the Post-its in front of you, you can write down either, I'm gonna have you start with the strengths. So write down some of the strengths of the community, of the organization, and things that we should be thinking about as we go into this goal refinement exercise. All right. Sasha, what are our groups?
Yeah, and just real quick, we're gonna just pull this table over to the mayor here, virtual mayor, and you guys are gonna be over here with him. So with the mayor is Councilor Richardson and Councilor-elect Green, Amy, Jeff R, and Joshua. Amy, I put you over here because just in case, like tech stuff, you got that. Okay. And then second group is gonna be Counselor Long, Counselor Runyon, Matthew, Jet W, Tom W, and Eric H. Okay. And then the third group is Counselor Randall, Counselor McLaughlin, Angie, Jonathan, and David C. David C is still here, right? He's no, oh, just the other Dave. Sorry, Dave. Okay. I got 2 Daves on my list, so I apologize. All right, you guys got your groups? All right, so mayor group over here, a group with Matthew, go by Matthew, and then like the third group over here. Cool. You guys are gonna take 7 minutes for just for. Who? You are with Matthew and that's.
I said that with all the respect and grace.
Thank you.
Are you with us, Rich? You got it?
As much as it all. Yeah, I could pull this back.
Yeah. My wife got to spend some time with her, said they're done.
All right. Right.
Yeah.
You're part of our group.
Yep.
You're all right, okay.
Sorry, I was going through some logistical issues here.
Yeah. So are we doing city spot or community spot?
I believe it's an environmental scan. Building onto the environmental scan, which is community, is it community and institution, I think was the word that she used.
All right. Right.
Strengths.
Strength. Got a minute and 30 seconds per letter. Strength. City and community. It's a lot. City council.
All right, let's do it.
Right. We have a lack of drama at city council. Yeah. Not all communities have, it's scary.
Very good community without
Glad you were.
In leadership, in the community, there's plenty of drama, plenty of. Pardon me, but however.
the community being more is also. You never heard anything about it. They might be. But I like we all, whether it be a city council meeting or whatever.
Yeah, we don't have to agree, but we have to play by the same rules.
So we
Yeah,
get to where we need to go.
yeah, make a decision.
Go back.
I agree.
Yeah, it's nice.
I think there's a lot of drive and dedication within the organization. I mean, that's pretty evident with this last year, how busy we were.
Yep. We are financially sound.
Yeah.
Which is not to be, we'll get there. We'll get there. Other strengths. Sorry, I'm gonna crack the whip because I don't want to be here.
Proactive, and I'm thinking specifically of our like after plans, having those.
Yeah.
Ready.
Vision.
We have the ability to look, and I love that about what Matthew said. We're not looking at 12 months, we're looking at. I'm looking at the length of the master plan. It's a 5-year plan, or it's a 10-year plan. And then I already said that about the halfway. How about problems?
Problems? That's POT, problems now are on the horizon.
I think lack of, we still struggle with trying to connect with our community more.
Yep.
Finding the right avenues
Whole with community input.
Much more up there.
I think it's a struggle at all schools, but.
They have 3 more minutes for strength. 3 more minutes for strength.
Do our best to bring
And if
people.
you're done with strength, go
I
ahead.
don't know if that's the nature of the beast or not. Because when people are picked off, they show up.
Yeah.
When things are going fine, they're like, yeah,
They're busy doing what they're doing.
they don't show up at meetings.
I think I don't disagree with you, but I would refine that.
Yeah.
And then, like, people are pissed off about a lot of things.
Right.
But they share what they want to show. Right, so I think part of the problem, and this is a systemic problem across the globe, is getting people to engage and realize there's information out there.
If you are done with strengths, go ahead and go move on to problems.
Like, that's a problem.
I would, so I'm gonna bounce the ball, toss the floor a little bit. And again, I think this may be human nature, or maybe it's just society, I don't know. There's a lot of belly and there's a lot of gripes from people that like have 12 things to tick up about, and some of it's stupid or ill-informed, or they haven't taken.
Yeah, it's a lack of information.
And it's like,
Yeah.
I don't want to hear from people that are griping about something where they could call a counselor. There's 5 counselors. And all our emails and phones are public, and the mayor and staff is responsible. And I feel like there is we tolerate too much substantialist, insubstantial griping, which can kind of cloud or muddy the waters, right? It's like, I want serious
So what would
thoughtful complaints or feedback, but not.
What does that process look like? Where does that, where would we recommend they take the problem? I send everybody to Josh.
Sure, absolutely.
So do I.
No, but I mean, if someone has a real issue, I want them to reach out, this is a real issue.
And what is that? I agree, because there's things that have troubled me about this community.
And if there's not a real issue, I want to let it be forced again, you know?
So,
You got 5 counselors and a mayor, call one of them.
yes.
That's it, that's your answer. Representative government.
Actually got that.
And I think that's one of the things we've done. I don't disagree. I think you're spot on. That local government academy that the mayor is presently doing,
Yeah.
that nails it. I mean, I'm impressed with the people that they go to. And have absolutely zero knowledge. I mean, especially, I didn't attend any of the other. People that go up to those things, no idea about an airport, but now they're in.
Yeah.
Like you, for all the people, I mean, showing up at the airport and doing the tour, just understanding what it is. So many people just do that. How do we make that more inviting? I guess I'm trying to overcome the problem, sorry.
No, that's all right. I think we're gonna talk about.
Like making what we're doing here more transparent
Yeah,
and
more transparency.
educating people how they can reach.
Okay.
I mean, on the
Everybody hear
website.
Like
Right.
providing easy access to, for people to engage.
Better fact page, maybe.
Let's pause for a moment and hear what you have for strengths, because sometimes that influences how you talk about your problems or the opportunities or the threats. So you can stay where you are. And let's just hear a report out from groups. What did you guys have as your strengths?
We started with, of course, a fantastic library.
Fantastic library.
And then we pivoted to, safe and effective utilities.
Safe and effective utilities.
We're revitalizing downtown core,
Okay, revitalizing downtown core,
passionate community groups,
passionate community groups.
which also we'll talk about later. Community pride and economic and geographic hub.
Okay, great. What did you guys have here?
We had a lack of drama slash sort of a collaborative approach in our leadership.
Okay,
So-
collaborative approach, lack of drama.
We actually engage at senior staff and council and work on stuff. We don't always agree on everything, but we actually get at it, and we don't have people like trying to monkey wrench the system, which is not true everywhere in all cities and places in our great state. Anyway, lack of drama is one. We have, I think it's fair to say, a really dedicated staff. And I would say dedicated staff and council.
So the people that are in this room show up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's a real strength. Again, that is not true everywhere.
No, it's not.
And third of four, we're financially sound. We're blessed with money. Our challenge is how to thoughtfully use it, not where to find it.
Yeah,
Um,
huge strength.
certain, various projects aside, we can fund anything. We can't fund everything all at once, but we can do anything. And the last is, how to put long-term thinking or planning.
All right, excellent. I'm gonna put it on board. Thank you. Okay, well, our last group back there, what'd you guys have?
I think our group really acted on everything that Councilor Richardson just said.
Okay.
In space, ways. Well, I think it's the management group was looking at maybe city with a lowercase c. I think we really took it a different way. We were looking at like the dynamics between staff and council. Trusting the
Yeah.
Sort of welcome the machine, as Councilor Richardson just said, it can be way worse elsewhere in other communities, and it certainly is. So it's absolutely a strength of the city of Dallas. And that's a little bit different than teamwork, although certainly feel like staff and council have to be a team in a lot of different ways. But we also, our city's teamwork has a tremendous strength, that, going down from the very lower level staff all the way up to the city manager, I think would improve, better which department you're in. Tremendous work that I think is not unique to the Dalles, but it's certainly a strength. And then finally, just to sort of again echo again what Councilor Richardson is we came up with, leadership and governance. It's absolutely a strength of our company. It's not unique to us again, but it's something that we have in abundance. I think they're very, nebulous, right? They're not really
I'm
concrete.
putting up on the board. I think.
That's how we thought.
Okay. Well, I just I'm reminded of my conversation with the mayor. You had asked about what sort of trends do I see in other cities as far as amongst elected officials? And I've been reflecting on that question as I've been preparing for this and talking with a lot of other cities. And I think in that reflection, this is you guys all alluded to it. It's not this way in every community. And I've had a lot of opportunities to do work in Hillsborough, and we did this exercise with them where we looked at this period over the span of a couple decades and looked at this period of time and said, there's a lot of really good development and investment that happened in the community. And we were reflecting on what contributed to that success. And it was like, well, we had really stable political leadership throughout that period of time. And there was really good collaboration with staff. So I just think that cities who are in that position, you should never squander that opportunity or take it for granted. And it is a special time when you have that level of stability because it doesn't last forever. You have to, it could last, but you have to nurture it. You have to pay attention to it and continue to get other people involved and help them understand the systems and the foundational things that you set up in your community. And I just think you highlighted a lot of those things, and those are excellent strengths. It's you're well positioned to move on your goals clearly as you did last year and be able to move good work forward. So never want to take that for granted because you are all right. It's not that way everywhere. And in the cities where the examples I can think of, that political stability is a big part of that. All right, problems. Why don't you guys I know some of you already started working on those, so keep your conversations going. And let's have the timer for 5 minutes and we'll see how far we get. If we need more time.
Problems. So we've talked about community engagement as a problem. Do you want to restate?
I think it's clarifying or educating the community, where to find the information and how to connect with who they need to connect.
Easier.
Hey, Amy,
Yes,
the Citizens Academy that we do my understanding is that we don't have a waiting list for that, right? Everybody that wants to participate signs up and, right?
So far, yeah, we do have to limit the number because of some of the spaces like the airport and the police department. But so far, we have not had more applicants than what we're able to.
That is such a successful program. It runs so well, and I'm just wondering, I would really like to see it maybe get expanded or tweaked. And I would, I had suggested before about maybe the police do their own. I had experience with that back in Missouri, and that thing is very popular. But anyway, we want to get more people involved with the city or engage with the city more. I think the academy concept might be something where we might start trying to get people involved.
Yes, and I have ideas for making that more engaging, more on-site tours, more,
Yeah.
Right along type thing.
right, yeah.
I was gonna propose as one action item that city council take roadshow once a year and have a meeting outside city council chambers in a community space. And essentially paper like the quadrant of the city and be like, we're here and our bid, the only action item tonight is to listen to people.
Accessibility.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it would just show up and be like, less formal and just be like, you don't have to come to City Hall. We're gonna be here. We'll have childcare. Just come and lay it on. It's good, bad, and otherwise.
Do it in August.
Open house.
January and August. Anyway, other problems in the city or community.
There's a stigma piece of it, I think. There's a lot of elements of it, I think, from a public, from a community standpoint, whether they exist or not. There's the stigma that there's a history, and because of the history, there's a potential lack of trust. I'm gonna like rip a scab open, but the District 21 bond measure, a lot of that didn't pass because there's a stigma with the school district, right? It's unfortunate that it exists, whether it's real or not, it's there, right? So
Like a history of
the
bad
city,
blood.
yeah, the city has similar, I've observed this, right? In the time that I've lived here, just one of the reasons why I'd like to become involved is I've discovered that some of that, it is a stigma. It's not found, some of it's found and some of it's unfound.
Like parking problems.
A parking problem is a perfect example, man.
It's this long memory of something that is just right, that doesn't go away.
Yeah.
The school district. Lack of transparency. There's too many things that are still hidden in the shadows that nobody, so it just creates, it's easier just to than it is to.
Oh, yeah. But I think over the last, what I've seen over the last like year or so, 2 years, is more openness and transparency with the city. So I think there's a road a path that we're already on to address that problem. Yeah, right. So there's like, it's getting addressed, but I think we need to just like nip it in the bud.
Is there like a facts page on, will we ask questions page on the website, city's
Or the
website?
city in general.
Yeah. So just thinking the same thing. I mean, if.
That's a great
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah, we had something like that.
Straight up, here's 50 or bigger.
What do you like?
Well, I think problems, to kind of rip off what you said, I think, our schools, that's a problem, just, it is schools in general. On our end of things, I think it's just, barriers to development or all the requirements that can come with development. And I would say, I think there's a real problem, and although we're moving forward with infrastructure, we have a lack of a sidewalk system. That's a real problem. So when a developer comes in, we are now.
You hit it with, you have to build sidewalks.
Exactly. The council, 10 years ago, basically tied our hands, we can't require sidewalks. Most of the development that we have in the city, so we cannot. Yeah, you can only require it
Are
when
you
you have a
guys
sub.
feeling problems?
So it's,
Maybe another minute.
Okay.
yeah, the lack of sidewalks.
Like 10 years ago, they set us up for problems that we are now trying to solve.
It's something that you and I've had this conversation. You take a piece of property that's not a stretch of sidewalk on hostile in front of my bin storage. I would have the only piece of sidewalk, and then the school's on the other side of the street, so we're gonna put the sidewalk on the side of the school. Or do we put it on this side? There's, you put it on the wall.
Yeah.
You do, it's something, but do you force the LID and go from 6 to 10? So that whole stretch, we're walking, you're not falling off the end of a sidewalk in a neighborhood. We have that so many places in the Dalles.
Yeah, we had there was a
That's
push
systematic.
10 or 12 years ago to push to have, there's a house bill, was adopted for just the city of the Dalles. And it was specific, city couldn't require LIDs. So that made that tied our hands, and then it went a little further, and our code actually calls out real restrictions on requiring sidewalks. So instead of someone doing a subdivision, they always go the minor partition route because we can't require sidewalks in the minor partition.
Got it.
That may be something to revisit one of these days.
Yeah.
How do we make it inviting to enhance our community? I mean, I think that's what we have to change that perception, this negative history. And we want these to be nice neighborhoods. We want the kids playing basketball in the street because there's basketball hoops out there or whatever. I mean, we don't have that.
You know, this goes back to the long memories or gripes or whatever we want to call it, and the perception. I feel like, part of our collective personality is like, we're gonna run ourselves down and allow things that are unfortunate or reinforce it. And I mean, cherry grower, treatment plants. That is like a terrible look. And yet every time we drive by it, we're like, there it is. What are you gonna do? Can't do anything about it. We're just shitsville. So that's what, it's like, it reinforces, like, we can't do.
But,
What the heck? It's like,
I think maybe the surmise, like what you were talking about, are
Okay, everybody shift your
there's
attention
some
over here.
roadblocks to development, expansion, housing.
Recruitment and retention.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Okay, next. Okay, limited urban growth boundary area.
Lack of control from the state.
Lack of control over all the state. Challenges regarding the number and magnitude of necessary projects.
Yes.
We got a lot of big infrastructure projects going, and it's gonna take a lot of energy and resources to implement those.
All right, this group up here, what'd you guys have?
please keep me honest. I'll say what I've got, but it was ongoing conversation. So
Okay,
school facilities is a community problem. So rundown, poor school or aged out school facilities. How to summarize this? Sidewalk, a lack of sidewalk infrastructure, which is
Okay.
citywide and somewhat intentional from previous leadership. And the third one, this is kind of the big core of what we're trying to get at. I think the Dalles has like an attitude problem. It has long memories of problems which may or may not exist, and we tell ourselves. So we've got some people that are still like gripey about the school districts merging. We've got some people who for years have told us we have a parking problem downtown, which does not exist. We have people that complain about this or that for a long, long time. And so that feeds into a culture of distrust or gripiness
yeah,
that we can or need to address. And maybe
change the narrative.
we're still trying to wrestle with that. So
Yeah,
maybe poor narrative. I don't know. Maybe that's a good way to put it.
okay, shift the perception, change the story. All right, what'd you guys come up with?
Well, ripping off one of our strengths, which is that we have a lot of passionate community groups, they don't always work together so well.
Yeah, that could
It's
They're passionate, but sometimes they complain. They kind of have the same breath about.
Yeah.
You have negative social media and rumors, which really culminates in kind of this negative self-image that some people in our community battle. I don't think it's the people who are engaged and working for this community. Sometimes it's the, people on the sidelines. Some of the other items that has been listed, but, you know, schools, a big one, something for a big action plan. We have a significant tech deficit at the city. Recruitment and retention, was a big one for qualified, city staff and, urban vouchers.
That's something we could do something about.
Others,
Infrastructure.
all right, so last, go ahead and work on your opportunities and threats. I'm not gonna, well, it's 3 minutes to lunch. Why don't we, you guys wanna take your last 3 minutes of discussion? We'll break for lunch and then we'll complete our mapping afterwards. I told you I would honor the break time. People do not. hold you up. I'm not gonna work with Hangry and retreat for this. Never proven to be. So go ahead and use your last 3 minutes and just gather whatever ideas you can on opportunities or threats. And then I'll give you some time after lunch to finish your conversation.
How about speaking from experience with?
Yeah.
Angry?
Yeah.
How about opportunities?
Well, I can tell you one thing
Yeah.
is that our website contract ends at the end of this fiscal year. We have the opportunity to possibly
New website contract. Yeah. We have a new tourism services contract.
Yeah.
Which is gonna be potentially, that's an opportunity to do some real things like insist on a cruise ship.
Yeah.
Instead of, or whatever. Yeah.
It's exactly like you brought up on the sidewalks. We have an opportunity to put a plan in place and we're just going to systematically start at the cherry growers and put a vegetated barrier around it so we don't look at it. It's a green tree. I mean, we have those opportunities that don't cost a ton of money if we do things. We really, what does it look like when we're driving to our town? We got these great concrete signs at each end to tell if you made it here and holy shit, where did I drive into?
We have an opportunity because we're at the portable road for generational improvement, for improvements to infrastructure that'll bridge generations, not just over the next couple of years or 5 years.
No, we need a 20-year view.
It's a good opportunity. And people fear change, but it's good.
Infrastructure. Sure.
Went to Madison, Mississippi for a wedding, for Daniel Blind wedding. One of the things, they don't have cell phone towers down there. No, they do, but they all look like trees. No, they look like, they had pillars and this, they had all sorts of.
They look like actual structures that were meant to be.
Wow. Go back and just look at the history of what Madison did. This community is spotless. I mean, you won't have the cherry grower. Even something like, as much as you hear all the complaints about the pie factory downtown. That's a necessary, that's one of, what, 3 left in the nation that manufactures that. I mean, that's a lot of jobs, that's a lot of change for America.
Where I'm going with what you're saying is we have a lot of
You guys
opportunity
will be able to pick this back up at 12 o'clock.
invest
You
in
guys
our,
have a nice long hour break.
what the Dalles
Get some
actually
fresh air, have
is.
some lunch. Is there anything you
Right?
need to know about
We're very
lunch
ill defined.
out there?
It's out there.
Yeah.
Change the narrative.
It goes with, solving the problem. We almost need, like I think like that with Madison, whatever they call their community, are we the end of the Oregon Trail? Oregon City comes over to grab one. What are we? Is it back there or down?
And what does that do for people like into the Oregon? So what? It's like, that doesn't really tell you anything about who we are really.
It used to be Fort Dalles. We always had the Fort Dalles kind of one of the things growing up here.
Yeah.
You always do the Dalles, massive Fort Dalles rodeos, massive parade. Yeah, all this just unity resident around it. So is it recapturing something like that? So we give ourselves, for lack of better, some sort of a theme that we start moving towards. And the mayor has the opportunity to do that.
We're breaking for an hour lunch now.
Write the narrative.
So this is why I'm going to mute.
Tell the story. Tell a story.
Tell a story. What is our
You guys are gonna hang in your small, you gotta finish your exercise.
Oh, yeah, that.
That. I just put you right into your spots. Okay, we're gonna finish our spot exercise here. We were on opportunities and threats. So I'm going to give you guys just a few minutes in your small groups to talk about that and finish those conversations, and then we'll map both areas out. So take, let's take 7 minutes, because I know some of you are already.
We're waiting for the rest of our team still.
They're coming back.
Come on, Dan.
All right. You guys are reconvening. Okay, so you guys already have a few things noted, so I'm gonna give you 7 minutes to finish up your conversation around opportunity.
I've been talking a lot. Do we think over recording and, do we think we're good with,
Opportunities?
opportunities?
Here's what I wrote down. New website, new tourism services contract, big plans, master plans, generational investments in infrastructure, Google money. Wife narrative.
Write the narrative. Threats. I don't know, does anyone else have an opportunity? Rich, is that there?
Opportunity for what?
The Dalles.
Community.
The city,
Oh,
generally speaking.
Yeah.
I think the biggest opportunity we have is to follow through with the 3 or 4 projects, major projects we have downtown, namely Tony's Plaza, Basalt Commons.
Right? Yeah, you want to, yeah, go ahead.
And now we move on to threats.
Yeah, downtown James.
Tony's, Basalt Plaza, and what?
Tony,
Basalt,
Plaza.
Tony's and Plaza, 3 things. I think that downtown revitalization or whatever we like. Yeah,
First Street?
maximum indebtedness.
talk about
On the Ursula.
yeah, Amy's right. You should add First Street under those 3 guys.
Oh, man. Ixnay on the first city.
You're breaking up really bad, Mayor. I don't think you can hear you.
Threats.
First Street?
I mean, you're really tempted to. Now, what are we worried, like, what's the roadblocks to our opportunities and goals? I think we have a 2-sided, I don't know if it's a threat, it's a drag on the community. And one is fairly high property taxes. And maybe that's just, maybe that's not that big a drag, but it is nasty. And the second, and the flip side of the coin is people that use that as an excuse not to do anything, not, vote against the bond to keep the college in good shape, even though it wouldn't raise taxes. So it's like, I feel like that might be. We got it pass the other slide. Yeah, Hood River carries that. Right, but in our community, that attitude, I feel is, I don't know if that's 2 sides of the same coin or what.
I mean, the threat is, and this we talked about, we bring it up again with school. I mean, it's a threat. Not having a good school system, and it's a threat to bringing in people, bringing in employees for some of these positions. Some people don't want to relocate to a place that has a bad school system.
How about
And housing.
enticing? I think those are wrapped up under like enticing other business and residential growth.
I think that if economic development is truly a big goal of ours, the 2 things that stand out as being major threats. The school district has been mentioned, and the urban growth boundary situation is the other, in my opinion.
Yeah.
E21 urban growth.
Yeah, and to tag on to the urban growth threat is the Fed controlling the NSA as strict as they do. In the event that there is conversation to expand the UGB, you can't do it without
What is NSA?
retracting the NSA.
Scenic area, okay.
National Scenic Area, right?
The Gorge Commission, I think, controls it more. Although we
Yeah,
have
but it's
talked
a
about
federal-
about appealing to the federal, at the federal government level. But you know,
So-
every time we went to Washington DC, we brought this up with everybody. And most of them were, you know, on the Democratic side of the aisle, and they tend to side more readily with the Gorge Commission. So
Would we say state and federal bureaucracy then?
I would say the Gorge Commission, period.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people think that. I'm of mixed opinions. That is yet to be really shown. The benefit is yet to be really shown. It's one of those things that, one of those narratives that we've inherited. But no one says, if we can change the growth boundary, then we'll have X, Y, and Z. It's kind of feels vague to me because the benefit's never been defined.
Okay.
No, not contesting it. And I respectfully allow that the mayor represents probably more views than I do. But I do want to put that in there a little bit, that state bureaucracy, I would say, to kind of pivot, has been proven to be a real problem for us, like DOT.
I'm not sure you hear it every day. You know, you're at the tip of the spear, or the bottom of the funnel, or however, but I mean, just in, how do we overcome getting more business, more housing, more, and you know, and you know, just that you, how do we not have so much in the way of that development? I mean, sometimes you hear the people grumbling, and it might be perceived the wrong perceptions downtown. You can't open a business because there's just too many requirements. I can't put a sign up. I can't, those types of things. But yet I watch the people climb off these jets every day. They don't stop in the Dalles. They're going to the river, going down there for these different environments. How do we create that ambiance and whatever invites those people? Because I mean, I asked the question. I asked them, where do you lay your wallet? When you get on that jet, where do you go? I don't want to know your personal details, but where do you lay your wallet down? And that's what I want to figure out, how we get them here.
Okay, last minute.
We're going to hear from our group over here, Opportunity.
20 years, 15 years.
Yeah. It's bleeding. He refinances his house to come back to that.
And this is not this contract that you can't get out of Walmart.
Well, they won't.
Okay, community college?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened? Prioritization of work and opportunity.
Prioritization of work, okay?
For our community, we talked about our geographic location with respect to certain types of infrastructure, rail, and supported infrastructure.
Okay, do you guys have good access,
Yeah.
multimodal access?
That's the best way to describe it.
Yes. Okay,
Those are random always champion, the hospital potential relocation is a potential opportunity. I can see those are.
yeah,
Or it could be the next not to mention the city funds.
yeah, get funds, okay?
And along those lines as well. Grant funding opportunities, and explore.
Okay, great. All good opportunities. What do you guys have up here?
For opportunities, right?
Yes, for opportunities, please.
We have the possibility of having a new website as the contract is ending this fiscal year.
Okay,
New tourism services contract,
okay,
big plans with our master plans and generational investments in our infrastructure. Downtown revitalization projects, the Tony's Building, DeSalt Commons, Federal Street Plaza, and First Street. Google Money is an opportunity. And we have the opportunity to write our own narrative.
okay, excellent.
Sarah, we have one more.
Yes,
So one that I think that I like on. Public Works Director mentioned it as illicit recruitment and attention as a weakness or a problem earlier, but it can also be listed, I think. in
Yeah.
different ways as an opportunity.
okay, yeah, there's a lot of interconnectivity
Right.
between these quadrants here. Okay. Our group over here, what do you guys have? You do all the work.
First one we have is better public relations opportunity.
Okay.
New funding for large scale investment. Salem focused outreach. Our local government academy graduate cohorts. These are contracts now. And then new staff opportunities.
Yeah, so definitely some themes coming out here on the opportunity front. Around this PR communications narrative thing and the recruitment, retention, new staff opportunities. Okay. What did we have for threats? You guys want to go first? Is that right here?
Sure, First Street, oh wait, no, that was. Perceived high property taxes, just the, I don't know how to necessarily word, but the economic development of like District 21 and the urban growth boundary and just some of the hurdles that we have to overcome getting.
Enticing people to move here.
Yeah.
What are
Yeah.
the things, their business in their house?
What are the things that turn off people that might move here?
Okay.
School district housing. Like a
Yeah,
land.
you gotta recruit those Hood River people. I was listening to these state economists. They were giving a presentation to the Bend team yesterday and they were like, you guys think you've got bad housing problems. Hood River is definitely the worst in the state because it's just so cost prohibitive.
Which is one of my references is that when I watch these folks get off their jets over at the airport and travel in,
Yeah.
they're not slowing down in the Dalles because they're going to Hood River because of what the ambiance is there. They're looking for what's there. And how do we create that here while overcoming some of the hurdles and getting
Yeah.
these obstructions out of the way? And state government's one of those other
Hurdles,
pieces of that.
threats, but never know what they're gonna do down there.
Yeah, the rules that we have to necessarily adhere to.
Okay, great. What do you guys have for threats?
We had a mix of literal and sort of figurative threats.
Okay.
We'll start off, I guess, with cybersecurity as a
Yeah.
literal threat. You know, we need to all be mindful of. Training towards some of the issues that could be child care. And see areas specifically how the policy. So, tracking and things like this.
Louder, Jonathan.
Louder.
Childcare.
We're gonna close this, we're we're gonna close this door, lack of childcare,
Yeah,
cybersecurity.
those are the two that we're so far. With Dave Anderson, our whole start living, he's one example, all right, he's one example of turnover and the loss of institutional knowledge. You know, none of this is particularly unique to the Dalles, but certainly a threat nonetheless to the Dalles. Public misinformation. It's sort of a lens into trust in government and intent.
Totally is.
And a relatively little threat, but you know, all person will be mindful of the future's impact, diversifying our revenue portfolio. And you know, that's an opportunity in a lot of different ways, but it's also like our failure to do that is certainly a threat for our community and for our city.
Yeah.
And it has been historically as well.
Yeah, these are all things maybe not unique to the Dalles, things in other places, but things that we can think about, they impact local government. Okay, did I get it? No, I didn't hear.
Ours was similar to their group, lots of institutional knowledge. Reliance on a single large business. Potential downsizing of schools and or medical facilities. And for cyber.
What was the last thing you said?
Cyber.
Cyber.
All right, any reactions, reflections on there's certainly some common themes here. We've got, just to kind of recap our strengths, because that was before lunch, and I know that was a really long time ago. Our brains just want to take a break from that, but we had a lot of political stability and good leadership and good collaboration. So things you want to build on that you want to leverage going forward. And also, let's not forget the fantastic library, compassionate community groups, the work on the revitalization of your core, the utilities, being an economic hub, and financially sound. I mean, that's another very important one. Problems, recruitment, retention, the UGB limitations, schools, let's see, problems to overcome, real needs versus revenue available, but schools is one where it's a need, but the revenue's not necessarily there. Let's see. Tech deficit city, yes. And, and the negative self-image, talked about that. So, and then the lack of control over state federal laws. So yeah, just kind of, there's a lot of there, like you think about problems and you guys definitely pointed those over to some opportunities here. And hopefully that translates into opportunities as well. Things to manage, be aware of here.
Kind of seems like we all live in the same place, huh?
Yeah. An efficient way to do it. Okay, so what I want to propose, and I know you guys don't have to stay in this room if it helps that post-lunch. The post-lunch slump is real. Like our bodies are processing the food and it makes us a little sleepy. So if it helps to go outside or to stand up out there at a table, whatever's gonna, give inspiration for your thinking. I want to split you guys into groups for the goal refinement process to at least get it started, because I think it's gonna make it go a little faster. Otherwise, I think we're gonna be here for a long time just based on the number of things you want to refine. So I want to overview the process for you here. We've already taken care of part of it, but just get you centered around it. So what we're looking at is we already did the review of the current goals. Check, did that. We've got the graphics all up around the room. So depending on which area you work in, you can snap photos of those or take the notes with you so that your group can look at it as you're moving through your discussions. Consider the context. So some of the context we discussed as we were reviewing the goals, and then we talked about other contextual things here in this spot and process. What I want you to do in your groups is to look at the areas that we flagged for refinement and propose ideas for refinement. This is also an opportunity where you get to remove anything that was recommended to be removed. Or if you have proposals for adding new things or a whole new goal area. And I don't want you to feel like if you pick one topic that you're not going to get to talk about all the topics, but it moves faster if we have if a few people work on something that the entire group can react to, and then we can build our discussion and have debate and stuff off of what's being proposed. You guys okay with that approach? So we have 5 areas. I want to let the council select first where they want to go. And my hope is that we can have at least one elected official or council-elect in every group. And then staff, based on, you know, what your job functions are, you can move the appointment to those groups. So we have fiscal sustainability and planning. This one doesn't have as many actions in it. Do refine, so maybe we group that one with infrastructure. Group those 2 together and that be one group. Is any counselor particularly interested in going in that group to work on the refinements for that area or those 2 areas? What? Ben's game, all right. Who from staff is going to work with Ben on those 2 goal areas? Yeah, public works. Finance director probably wants to go there. All right, Ben, you're in good company. You guys are gonna tackle those 2 areas. So your notes are over there. Then we have over here, housing supply, livability, and houselessness. Anybody particularly interested in working on the houselessness goal area? Yes. I see your hand. He's game. Let's do it. Tim, thank you. My brain is also being slow after lunch. Who wants to work with Tim? On the houselessness goal area? He's gonna help refine that.
No, it's all on you now.
Who from staff are gonna work there? We have a taker. Ding, ding, ding. All right. Josh, are you?
It's like Josh, good housing.
Josh, you're gonna do housing.
Yeah.
Who from council wants to work with Josh on housing? Housing's that's a longer one. And well, houselessness is the longest one, but there's a lot of things I think that you guys want to collapse there.
Work together.
All right. You guys have housing? What about the livability area? Livability, okay. And we lost one person, that's right.
Me. And the other council.
I know you're the other one, but yeah, can we lose somebody next to lunch?
Yeah.
No, Rod, I mean, Rod. You guys all moved around the room and I got very confused.
Yes.
Okay, Darcy, where do you want to work? Well, who's doing the livability?
Get in the game.
You're
Yeah.
doing the livability.
The
The mayor, and we still have the mayor online. So, Mayor, where do you want to work? What area? You're muted, so I can't hear you. Oh, you're still on mute.
Yeah.
Oh. There you are.
The Google revenue and the infrastructure, was that one?
Yeah, that was one grouping. You want to work
Yeah.
on that one?
Yeah.
Okay, where did they go?
They wandered that way. You want me to ring them back?
Yeah,
in?
they have to come over here and work. I think they were maybe trying to go outside, go work at some local.
I think they're trying to avoid me.
No, they didn't even know you wanted to be.
They did.
That's not true.
They could also
Just
call.
now or all the time?
How much time, sir?
So you guys, this is the bulk of our afternoon. I'm going to, why don't we say 20 minutes and I'll check in on you and see how far you've made it.
You guys are with the mayor?
You guys are with the mayor, so you have to work here.
Yeah.
Hi, Rich.
Yeah, you guys want to.
Hi.
Hi, who's that, Angie?
Yes,
I don't see you, but I recognize your voice.
here I am.
I see Jeff, I see Eric. Is it just the 3 of you?
Oh, Ben.
It's here.
Oh, Ben. Good, Ben.
How you feeling?
I feel great. I just can't move around so much. That's all.
Good. There they are.
If you lose my picture, it's because I got some logistical issues here.
Okay.
I'm shifting around and moving the ice and stuff like that. So,
All righty,
All right.
no worries.
But we have to have.
It's gonna float around.
Right,
All right.
Ben?
All right.
Bet. I don't think so. Ben, Eric, yeah.
Eric is public works.
Deputy Director.
Was deputy and.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. All right. Infrastructure and fiscal sustainability, right?
Yep.
Well, you guys have been here longer than me. What do you think? I guess let's start with infrastructure, something that I'm like super passionate about. First one we're going to.
We're gonna start with infrastructure, Brett.
Infrastructure.
yeah. Well, I think the two are kind of intertwined because,
Yep.
we have to, first of all, I think one of the decisions we have to make soon is once the master plan is adopted, we have to, I think we have to enact a water rate increase immediately, if not even before that.
Yeah.
Because we know we're gonna have to raise rates, but I think the sooner we raise something, get something going, that'll take a load off of what we're gonna have to do in the future. Does that make sense?
Totally. Yep.
I also think that pointing out the progress that we're doing on is so I think that if we facilitate a rate increase, it's gonna upset people no matter what. But if we can be able to show it that we're moving in that direction to be able to do those projects and start saving for those projects and people can see that, then I think that's gonna be more acceptable too, if they see that we're that money is going to be going towards those infrastructure projects versus in a lot of people's minds, they'll be like, oh, it's going in somebody's pocket, right? For payroll or whatever, because that's just how people think. So I think being able to show that is gonna be great. And with the new budget book that we have, it's an online budget book and it'll be showing, tracking those capital project progresses. That'll be a nice feature that'll go with it.
Didn't the staff recently come up with a Q&A on this and it's on our website now? Is that right?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
This is Dave.
Yeah, Dave.
So yeah, we've got some Q&A up and as people, think of other topics that should be added, we certainly welcome that. We can add additional items, but we've got a half a dozen or so of them up right now.
Good.
Is there in that like environment, is there like a link or something they can, like a suggestion box they can?
So there's the first, there's gonna be actually, we'll be posting the master plan probably in the next week or so for public comment. And so there'll be a link so that they can actually submit it online.
Yeah, so it's like along with the rate increase, and like Matthew and I have talked about this a little bit over the last month, is like we were saying, showing progress, getting feedback and whatnot. And I think the other thing that was it wasn't completely missing. There's like bits and pieces where it's there, but like if you think of the water as a resource, right, for the water master plan, is it gonna like what is it currently? Right? Do we have a surplus? What's it gonna look like in the future?
So the water master plan does exactly that. So it identifies what our current resources are, what the future populations are, what 3 to 5 bands are gonna be, and the steps to get there.
Yep. And in comparison to almost like a CPI. In the last increase was.
So we've got information on there that we have indicate we haven't adjusted our rates in 10 years.
Yep.
And then the capital improvement plan would be adjusted for inflation moving forward.
Okay, I think that's the transparency.
So that's, so I mean, that's some of the real details of what we're doing and what we plan to do. I think we need to probably step back for this exercise and figure out how to reword a goal around that.
Right.
If there's interest in doing something.
Dave, I think, when I look at this whole subject, I think of, we have to raise rates. We also have to restructure rates. And is that a good subject for this particular group here to, because we've made a lot of progress, I think, in steering towards certain directions with both of those, haven't we?
Yeah, we have, and that's another thing that has been done in the master plan that's gonna be out for public comment, and the city council will have the opportunity to adjust is we restructured rates to make sure there's equity amongst user classes. We developed a rate structure that'll be adequate to fund the projects that are needed and a schedule for completing those projects. So, maybe a goal is to, and I guess I also want to, a lot of this is going to be done in the next couple of months, right? So these goals, looking ahead to the next fiscal year, I think are going to focus on continuing to message to the public the need for these master plan projects, and moving towards implementation. Might be more the goal.
Yeah.
I also think that we need to be looking at revenue sources too, versus just water rate increases.
And that's the restructuring, I think, of like 5.2. 5.2 is for prioritizing adequate funding to support the completion of projects. Specifically, like we're laying out plans and projections and things like that, but how do we roll in the funding sources? Part of that goal in my mind is like, we have funds available to us already, but we're gonna have to pull from another resource to pay it.
So we've got some
that
language
bill.
over here. I'll go take, I haven't got it.
I have.
The fixed language around fiscal responsibility. In the next category. So we've got another goal around fiscal responsibility, and I think achieve fiscal sustainability and the near and long term through planning and policy development. Does that goal need to be, is that the wording of that goal okay? And then we look at, the tasks underneath that.
Yeah, that's for me, that's what I'm like kind of struggling with, is like how to like separate these out. Because they go hand in hand, like that's.
Develop fiscal policy process for allocating new revenues. I think that one's probably worth keeping.
Where do you come up with new revenues within the infrastructure?
So there's a couple of different reasons. So the new revenues at the time this is talking about is, we're talking about bringing some of the SIP monies into utilities. So those are new revenues. New revenues is we will adjust water rates, and as the new data centers come online, we start selling more water. Those are new revenues. And then lastly, the last ones I can think of are franchise fees that go into general fund. They get franchise fees off the sale of power. I'm not suggesting this go to infrastructure, but it's new revenues that the city needs to consider in its budgeting. Did we lose Rich?
No, I'm here. I'm adjusting myself here.
Oh, okay. Did that, so can we track with you, Rich, what I was just suggesting, at least what in my mind we're talking about with new revenues, and the goal is to establish policies and procedures to allocate those?
Yeah, I'm on board with that. I just want to mention, and Dave, I don't know if you sat down a little late. I mentioned that it would behoove us to raise rates as soon as possible to decrease the burden that we're going to be putting on the citizens in future years.
I agree with that. Yeah. And yeah, I was standing nearby when you made that comment before, so I did hear that. So you think that maybe an action is to adjust water rates in the coming fiscal year?
I think well, I would say before the fiscal year.
Yeah, you're right.
The question I would have for you is it possible to let's say we said we want to raise rates 10%. Should we be doing that before we restructure the rates?
Yeah. I would wait till after. In fact, I would probably just do it at the same time, and that's what we've anticipated with the analyses that we've done is we'll restructure and then make the adjustments that bring in more revenue at the same time. And like I say, with that, some people are actually going to see a rate decrease. If we didn't restructure first, we're gonna have people, these bills go up and then they come back down after we restructured. I would suggest doing them at the same time.
Yeah.
But we can still, you know, in my mind, I still don't see why that can't happen as early as like February. If we adopt the master plan in December or early January, the basis is there to do a rate adjustment even as early as February.
And the master plan will not only deal with the infrastructure improvements that need to be made and will be made, but it also will have a financing plan in the master plan.
Yes, yes. And detailed financial analysis that, you know, you guys have had the opportunity to sit through 3 work sessions on now. Will be an appendix in the plan that has all the details of how that analysis was done. And then the plan itself will just have the summary of the recommended course of action.
So is there, how would we revise actions? Are we going to be very specific and targeted towards the water master plan, completing that out and having that feed into water? The rate increase and the restructuring?
Maybe it's helpful just to look at the actions that they're listed right now. The first action was form a committee to determine allocation of Google revenue. The notes we have was we need to revise this because we shifted gears. The county and the city met and basically performed that function. So maybe we just need to, we could either remove it or we could just have a goal to get rid of the 4 committee, just continue to determine the allocation of Google revenues. It's going to be an ongoing process for a couple of years as the revenue stream, you know, questions around the revenue stream, how much get answered. Those evaluations of those allocations are going to have to continue for a while, in my view.
I think that's not a bad idea, but I think we should, I don't know, I would still want to put something in that was very specific, like that was easily actionable, right? We've got to be able to like cross or check stuff off the list. So that's why I was thinking about, since the water master plan and rate increase and restructure is going to be able in January.
Adopt and implement
a rate structure.
And recommendations.
Yeah, water master plan and. You're good.
And my only hesitation is getting too specific to the water. I mean, we do have a lot of momentum around the water master plan, but we're going to be doing the same thing for wastewater and so maybe develop, adopt and implement updated master plans or something like that.
Hey, Dave, this doesn't have anything to do with, I don't think this should be a goal, but it might be something that before you leave, somebody could work on, and maybe Angie too. Under the present plan to restructure, which we haven't finalized it yet, but under what we proposed at the last meeting, could we see what a typical bill for a family of 4, it would go from here to there? What a senior citizen, for example, who uses the minimum amount, how that would change? Maybe 3 scenarios, you know, a family of 4, a senior citizen, and see what the difference would be, you know, but before and after kind of thing.
Well, we kind of did that, but we had to take a different approach to it because we don't know how many people live in each house. So we don't know what a family of 4 or whether it's a family of 2 or a family of 8. What we do know is for a customer class that might use 3,000 gallons, here's what their typical bill will be. For a customer that uses 8,000, this is what their typical bill will be. So we've done some of that, but it's just based on consumption rather than how many people are actually living in the household, how old they are. Right.
Back in my day, which is a long time ago, there was always It seemed there was a standard that affect 1,000 gallons per month per person. That's still,
Yeah, we're down around 120 gallons per day per person. So we're a little bit less than your 1,000 gallons per month per person.
Yeah.
We have information in the master plan on what it is per day.
okay, so let's say it is what you just said. Couldn't you take that out in a family of 4? You just take that, multiply it times 4 and,
Yeah.
okay. I just think that would be helpful for the council, that's all.
And that,
Part of it's seasonal,
yeah,
but the bigger, I think the bigger deal is, commercial, like restaurants. Their water usage is gonna fluctuate given people, you know, do and do not go in and order
Proposing
food, but
to not change how much water's in the base rate for the commercial.
for the commercial, that's.
We're
okay.
proposing to reduce the amount of water in the base weight for the residential from 10,000 to 7,500.
7,500, yeah.
And again, including 7,500 gallons is almost unheard of in the state. Nobody else includes any water in their base. And they, you know, the citizens make those choices about whether they're gonna spend money to water their lawns or not, but we're the only one that gives water away. Or not gives it away, but includes it in the base.
All right.
But I think, yeah, so, you know, I'm open to whatever suggestions we're gonna have around the actual wording of the goals.
Yeah.
And actions.
Are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Come back up to the next year.
Yeah.
How much time do you, where, how you feeling with
I
time?
think we can solve this in like 6 or 7 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna, let's say 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, what do we feel about rewording any of the actions under infrastructure? Mayor Mays, I think you, I don't remember if it was you or not, but adopt and implement master plan.
You guys good?
Should we put in something in there under infrastructure for like the reviews and things like, because those are going to come up over the next year or 2, right?
Review, adopt and implement.
Well, should we lump them into one or separate them? Adopt and implement and then review, or
Maybe review first.
well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, yeah, like, you guys kind of stick to your thing. Yeah, I'm fine with the language. If you want, if that language would work, I think. You know, with the adopt and implement, it's kind of implied that there's a review step of that, but
Yeah.
I feel it's better to have it actually explicitly stated. That would work too.
Yeah.
Like you were saying, review the plan and then implement, and I think you were saying implement and then review the effects of that.
Doing all the same things, the order, yeah. Cause I had reversed it, cause I was thinking about, reviewing the, like the transportation, like wastewater is coming up for.
And that's why I was suggesting that we not get too focused on just the water master plan and the goal, because similar work will be done with all the wastewater plan. And we already have existing master plans that we're continuing to implement too. And the second one is prioritize adequate funding to support completion of projects in each of the city's master plans. I mean, it's listed here to refine. But I'm not sure that to me, that language actually works to allow us to keep moving forward.
Yeah, I don't know that it necessarily needs to be changed.
Maybe it was more just an idea to have some further discussion around that, about what that really entails.
Yeah, it's like a sub bullet.
I think the prioritized addquate funding is just gonna be reoccurring and coming up constantly. It's something that we're just gonna constantly have to be on top of it. It's not something you can do one time and say.
So here's another question. So prioritizing adequate funding is like one way to state it, but
how about prioritizing funding sources of like, how do we find sources of revenue,
Continue to research additional funding sources.
right?
Yeah.
Does that, I mean, it's like just rewording, restating the same
Yeah.
thing, but
So one that might be worth adding, we talked about projects that are in master plans. We might want to add a 5.3, which is specific to the Sixth Street Bridge, because that is not in our master plan, but it's a need that we have identified outside of the master plan. So I would suggest, continuing evaluation and pursue resolutions of Sixth Street Bridge issues, something like that.
okay, so 5.1, we're not gonna really change.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, same. 5.2, prioritize adequate funding, or should we like wordsmith it to identifying revenue sources to fund?
Identify and prioritize.
Yeah.
Adequate, yeah.
Does that,
And maybe get rid of adequate, maybe identify and prioritize funding to support completion of projects. Does that work for you?
I think so.
You're exactly right. The identification of where we're gonna get these monies is gonna be a very important
And I
task.
think the prioritization is good to keep in there because there might be like a timeline on like a grant.
Yep.
Yeah, and your funding source would be federal and
Should we,
state.
should we specifically mention grants and loans, low interest loans, or does that go without saying?
I think that goes without
Without
saying,
saying.
For
honestly.
me, it would go without.
Yeah, I think it's carte blanche, the way that
Okay.
it's stated. Yeah.
And I think that, becomes part of the process of the prioritization. Hey, if we can get money that it comes in the form of a grant, that's gonna rise to the top real quick.
We're equal opportunity recipients.
Yeah, we will take free money.
And then did we have another goal as I think that was fiscal sustainability and planning was also our charge, wasn't it?
Yeah, we gotta get that. I'll just write Sixth Street for 5.3 for now.
Okay.
We'll figure that out.
So, Rich, are you okay moving on to the one about fiscal
Fiscal
sustainability? and planning?
Yes,
So I wonder if for number one currently says form committee to determine allocation of Google funds. Shall we get rid of form a committee and just continue work to determine allocation of Google revenue?
yes, it's like I said before, it's gonna be a city council thing, not a committee thing.
Yeah, right.
So how did you,
Continue work
Oh, no.
to,
Determine allocation of Google revenue.
to, yeah.
Yep. And I wonder if the second one though, doesn't, if it's really necessary, when the second one said develop fiscal policies, well, yeah, so develop fiscal policies and process for allocating this new revenue. That almost seems redundant to me to be the first one. Isn't that the outcome of number one?
Which one, Dave?
So for
Number
number
two.
one, we just modified it to say, what do we say? Continue to work to determine allocation of Google revenue. Then the second one says, determine fiscal policies and processes for allocating the new revenues. Those seem a little redundant to me.
Is there gonna be some sort of how are we gonna grade? Or how would city council pick?
All right, you guys have.
Grade the project? Is there gonna be some sort of structure there we're gonna have to walk through? It's okay. The airport needs a new hangar and the city needs a new sewer line. Where's the priority? Sewer line. Yeah, that was it.
the water master plan is going to be based off of that on, when we're gonna be doing it. And then we're gonna have to identify if there's grants available or if there's a low interest rate available on loans. Sometimes we can get a loan with a $500,000 forgiveness or whatever it might be. So you have to look at all of the pieces, and that's why it's important to have not just the water master plan done for utilities, but to also have the capital project plans done for the city and for the airport, where you can look at all of them together and then prioritize from there.
Eligible for what?
Yeah, yeah.
Before we start deciding. I said we
Rich, do you have a thought on number two, whether it provides value as an action item?
Got it.
So.
Okay.
I don't see number 2 on the list. I mean, I don't, unless Amy sent me that and I didn't see it.
Oh, so I'll.
I'm looking at this thing and that's not,
Oh, hold on.
Here. They'll send it to you. Sorry about that.
Oh, yes, one of the wording on one of them was a little bit different, but it's the same.
I can text it to you. Probably the fastest way to get it.
oh, I have it here. Develop fiscal policies and processes for allocating new revenues. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
I do have that. My apologies.
Okay, no worries.
Does that seem, to me, it seems a little redundant to the first one
Yeah.
we just.
I agree.
Okay, so let's just strike that one.
Right. I'm
Yep.
okay with that.
And the third,
TRT or TLT.
yeah, the third one, we would change from evaluate TRT to evaluate TLT, revenues and expenditures, and align with tourism goals for the community. Does that one need any change, or is that okay as it is?
I feel like that's gonna continue in this next budget cycle, right?
And the notes that were taken was that one is underway and we should continue this action.
Yep.
Well, I think that's going to get resolved sooner rather than later. I don't know if that matters, but should we say something about these funding agreements? Implement funding agreements with the recipients of,
Oh, for number 3?
Yeah.
for number
I
2.
would certainly defer to you on that because I haven't been involved with that at all. So maybe you and Angie have the more experience on that.
Well, we're going to be getting into this at the next council meeting about TLT. And Matthew I think is going to propose, and we've had some discussion about it already, that part of the TLT go to the park district, part of it go to the county. For, the Kramer Field and the other stuff. But in order, and the chamber, we're going to put out a RFP for tourism services. But in all 3 cases, we're going to have funding agreements with these 3 agencies that are going to put forth the deliverables about what's expected in return for the money we're giving them. Those are going to be funding agreements, and that's going to come up on November 25th.
So are you suggesting that like we drop number 2 as is and modify number 3 to include language for a funding agreement?
So maybe
As a part of that evaluation?
maybe number 3 becomes implement funding agreements related to
Yeah.
TRT revenues.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, or just include that sentence in with number 2.
All right, are you guys almost done?
We have one more.
One more.
Okay.
Implement funding agreements.
And these are just kind of, as my understanding is what we're drafting up with is going to become a starting point for a discussion.
Oh, yeah.
among your groups.
Oh, yeah. With TLT recipients.
And so number 4 was.
Number 4
Slash work session.
session. Plus entering into franchise agreements. Continue to next year. I don't know. Wait. Oh, I went to 4.5.
I thought number 4 was done.
Yeah, it is. It has a different.
Yeah, it's done. It's really the question. There's a 4.5 that's like written down here, facilitate, discuss work session, entering into franchise agreements to continue into the next year, but I don't know what, that's a
I don't-
symbol.
I don't think there's been any movement on that at all. Dave, maybe you know, but.
Yeah, so there's been some, so the draft ordinance has been developed. It just hasn't been finalized and shared with council yet. So we expect that to be, available to the council in early next year if they move forward. And once the ordinance was adopted, then they would be able to update some of the existing franchise agreements and pursue entering into franchise agreements with other entities that are already in our right of way. We've never had an agreement with them. So there's been work done on it. It just hasn't found its way to council.
In light of that, how about we either just leave it alone or just add the words continue to.
I think I suggest it continue with number 4.
I don't know, I think I'd rather, or, yeah, 5.
Yeah.
4.5, I think it's a new action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But some work's been done, so it'd be continue to, develop.
How about finalize?
Okay, finalize,
Right.
franchise ordinance and pursue, updated franchise agreements.
Just substitute the word finalize for facilitate discussion work session with council about. Just say finalize franchise agreements with entities that utilize the city right away.
So I think I would, the only thing I'd add, I would say finalize franchise ordinance and agreements.
Yeah, right.
Agreement / ordinance, right?
The ordinance will come first, so.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring it in. Okay, bring it in here. Scott and Matthew worked on livability. All right, what, what refinements are we proposing for our livability goal?
Sure.
Okay, everybody needs to, so that the mayor can also hear the proposal.
So for our requirements, we kind of added to that. I actually broke this one down with additional action items. So we kept this aggressively train and retain police officers by violating market conditions. But we've also added reimagine needs and advocate to reinstate mint as an additional action item. We have the 1.3 is the pilot shift policy.
That was one, so the aggressively train and retain.
Yes.
That was
That was
1.1. Okay, and then you had some sub bullets under that.
Broke out this part of that. We broke out into separate reimagine need and advocate to reinstate mint. The pilot shift policy, I believe, is what something we've already undertaken, correct, Matthew?
Correct.
That has to do the 36-hour shift. And then CAD RMS deployment, I'm not real familiar with that. I think that's means replacing. Some background on that.
So in a nutshell, it's a new software system integrating the police department with 911 and supporting our record management system.
Yep, absolutely. And just further on that, it's desperately needed at our police department. We're using software that is super antiquated, like 20 years old. And we found a great solution that does both. We like it. We're collaborating with the county on it. They've done the heavy lifting on the procurement and we're lockstep with them to collaborate. This is good government. So we're happy to do it. We're in contract.
Okay, and that's the CAD RMS deployment.
Yes.
Okay, that's one, we proposed that as 1.4. Okay, and then what's 1.5?
Well, let me, yeah, so we eliminated 1.2.
Okay.
Because it didn't feel like an action and we tried to integrate it into the goal.
Okay.
So the goal itself originally was enhance the livability in the Dalles for improved safety services and places to connect and gather. And so rather than 1.2, which is about IT and technology.
Yeah.
We rephrased it to, restated it to say, enhance the livability in the Dalles to improve safety services.
Hold on, enhance the livability in the Dalles. Okay.
To improve safety services. City IT systems. And places to connect each other. That needs to be wordsmith, but we try to.
We will put it through AI. I meant our copywriter.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, okay.
So we still have 1.5, review and update animal control ordinance for comprehensive animal control services.
1.5 is Sorry, say that one more time.
Review and update animal control ordinance
Review and update animal control ordinance.
for comprehensive animal control services.
Okay, and then last,
We have
Next.
1.6, we've refined to say finalize plaza design, cost estimates and budget for in the next cycle. And finalize construction documents and bid construction.
is that all one?
Yes,
Finalize,
design and cost estimates and budget for in the next cycle.
I got that. Finalize
Okay.
plaza design.
Finalize construction documents and bid for construction, is that right?
Bid / construct, they'll see how far we get.
Okay. Is that everything?
I think so, the one note page here,
1.7 is still ADA sidewalk funding.
Okay, 1.7 remains
never find that.
ongoing.
Yeah.
The 1.6. As a new goal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Their 1.7, just so you know, is 1.5 on the original with the village.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, but Sasha,
Okay, yeah.
Sasha's updating
So I
this.
skipped 1.6.
Okay, then you guys are proposing removing the original 1.6 and adding a new
Making
goal.
a goal.
Okay. Do we do that now? Yeah, I guess let's do it now. Okay, what's the new goal?
New goal, public relations, create an accurate narrative that fosters more community engagement.
Is this the goal statement that you guys came up with?
Yes.
Okay. Create accurate narrative.
Foster more community engagement. In order to create a more positive community.
To create more positive.
Community.
Okay. Actions under that? Do you guys come up with any actions or is that just the new goal?
I'm not sure how this all.
Well, so there were a few different actions underneath it, but we also felt that there were actions in other goal areas that
Yeah.
could be removed to better fit under this one.
Okay,
So I don't know if we want to do that now.
well, why don't you tell us what you came up with?
Well, so we talked about website and branding,
Okay,
digitization of records. Deployment of some new budget book software.
website and branding. What was the next one?
Digitization of records.
Digitization of records. Okay.
Budget book.
Matthew, you touched into the brief actual budget book that we share with people, make it more understandable and fewer words, more pictures, kind of deal.
Yep.
Thanks.
In a nutshell, there's a lot more to it and you have to spearheading it, but yeah. And then local government academy, LGA. And then just a short list of, and Amy can help me on this, but a short list of what we think we would move to here was 2.4, 4.1, 5.1/5.2, maybe, and 3.1.
And I don't think they're moved, but they're.
Move slash consolidate.
This, yes.
Okay, you guys, we can play around with that one later. Okay, questions for this group? Oh, did you have more?
Just the last one, I don't know if this is the appropriate place, but talked to a couple people here. You know, one of the top priority we had from our vision action 10 was schools. And we don't. I think our role in that is to be defined. And I don't see a lot of actions that really touch upon that, but one idea that I've shopped a little bit is for the city to reach out to D21 to see if they'd be willing to have some kind of joint work session next year. Just to help break down silos and talk about opportunities in general. What that is could be a whole bunch of things, but you know, that's kind of the power of.
Questions for? I think this one's gonna require some discussion, so I feel like we should map everything out and kind of come back to it because it includes consolidating some of the other ones that you all may have talked about. How do you feel about, let's have some discussion around the livability proposals. Questions, comments? Do you agree with what they proposed and came up with?
Tell me more about 1.7. Like, is it new work? Is it something that needs special emphasis, or is like we're gonna be putting money into the
The sidewalk one?
Yeah.
Well, I think Dave spoke to it a little bit earlier in the session today, and I think what I heard was, let's continue to do that, so we left it there. We didn't talk about that one too much, but Dave wanna maybe add it.
Yeah, I guess, my comments earlier were that, you know, we have a fair amount of funding for both the wire sidewalk rehabilitation program, which is fixing existing ones, and the ADA program to install supply ramps. And you know, we're doing a much better job and continuing to improve on the rehabilitation project. That's just that keeps going forward. The property owners are taking advantage of it. And the ADA project, you know, it's just continued implementation of our transition plan, ADA transition plan. I would suggest that it keep moving forward.
Right. Because I feel like if we've incorporated something into our process or our project, that is now not really something we have or debate every year. It's like, we do this, we pay streets. We're not putting down, you know, paving street. We're gonna be doing it. That's like, we've incorporated the ADA and the sidewalks. And we just declare victory and say, that was a great idea, we're doing a good job, and not make it like a special new work on report on.
So I guess I'll just respond from a staff perspective at the risk of not knowing where Matthew's standing behind me right now. He left, but you know, the staff uses the product of this goal setting session to guide the thought of the next budget. And I think having that up there reiterates for staff, council wants money allocated to this. We get to the point where we start making decisions about what to include in the budget and what not to include in the budget because of limited resources. Something that's on this list is going to find its way into the budget over something that's not. That's how the staff would use the information from including it on the goals versus if we just relied on staff doing it as business as usual.
Thank you, appreciate that. All good.
And now I'm retired. Yes, Mayor.
Well, I raised my hand before Dan commented because I was going to start arguing. But sounds like we're all on the same page now. I definitely agree with Dave that it has to be included. So.
Okay. Thanks, Dave.
And now I'm going to retire.
And now it's all later on the other side. Okay, other questions, comments about the proposals for this first goal area?
What was LGA?
What was that? Local government academy. Okay, we'll come back and talk about the public relations stuff. Let's hear about housing supply. What all did you come up with? For your refinements.
Okay, I need help with this.
So housing supply 2.1, we feel that we can check this off the list.
2.1, remove, completed.
Yeah.
2.2, this is one that we were talking about, engaging and partnering with Mid-Columbia Housing. I was stepped out a little bit before when we were really discussing this, but we're looking to have some city representation on the board of the housing authority. You know, the city of Hood Rivers mayor is on that, so.
Okay.
Shifting this to be engaging and partnering with Mid-Columbia Housing, with city representation on the committee.
Okay.
To support long term, basically just adding this like to that.
Not like explore that, because there was some comments about maybe. I don't want that.
Yes, yeah, I think it's explore that, right, meeting. Works our way in there.
Okay, to explore, city board representation.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I'm in for housing, sorry, the 2.3, this is that housing production strategy. As I mentioned, we're gonna be completing the housing production strategy, but it is adding quite a few more actions to take on in the next few years, so. Shifting it in a way that says, prioritize and implementing the housing production strategy actions through selecting the top 2 to 4 diverse approaches. So as I mentioned, there's about 15 actions in the housing production strategy. They're all based on, 1 to 8 year timelines of trying to tackle 2 to 4 of those. And when we adopt to come in January, there's gonna be that timeline where subject council at that, right before we adopt, we could shift whatever is preferred by council at that time. And then also added to that is, maybe it's an extra, Dan, but convening a housing working group to oversee this.
That's on the list, so maybe we shouldn't like put our thumb on the scale too heavy.
It's in the HPS.
Okay.
So that could be one of.
It could be one of your 2 to 4 things. Okay. Anything else on housing supply?
Yeah, I think 2.4 just, Dan, were we removing this one because taking a look at SDCs is also an action that's coming out of the housing production strategy.
Okay, so that would be one of your,
Were we striking this one here and?
I would like to put it under 2.3 so that we can appropriately weigh whether that's one of our priorities.
Yeah, okay.
So 2.3 is actually gonna like,
they were 2 for this.
it's actually gonna like form into 2 or 3.
Yeah,
It's kind of a big one there.
You guys, yeah.
Mayor has his hand up again.
Okay, Mayor?
Did you guys discuss at all, under this category, the urban growth boundary issues that I had raised before this afternoon?
We did not specifically on this one. I know, I guess on my end of things, when we did our last housing needs analysis, we saw that it's on the residential side, we do have land on the east side to expand. So when it comes to the UGB side of things, it's a conversation around expansion. My thought on it is focus more probably on the employment land side of things than the housing supply, but I would defer to you on your thoughts.
Well, it just concerns me that you look around the city and anybody here identify a parcel of property of 5 acres or more that a developer would want to turn into a subdivision, for example? I think the study that was done, was that done last year, Josh?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know we're constrained by what we can study and what we can, use as criteria by the DLCD. But I don't know, I just think it's, the community outreach team is, I don't know, I don't know if they haven't really dropped the ball on it. I think they're still interested, but the city has kind of dropped out of it. And the county and the port have been carrying the ball, which is fine. But I just think it merits some more discussion as to whether or not the city wants to re-engage with this issue, notwithstanding the housing report from last year. And maybe this might be something we want to bring up at the community outreach team level before we bring it back to the council.
Suggestions for the group, I don't know, is it something, Darcy?
Well, I was gonna say, I'm not saying not to add into our goals to bring it back up for discussion, but when I was having my conversations with Mary Hanlon about her project, she off the top of her head mentioned 5 spaces to me that she thought a multi-family housing could go in on like what seemed like small lots to me, and she has like ideas for that. So not being a developer, it seems like a developer mindset is that there is a place in town to build up or to tear down existing buildings and turn them into housing. But they also, based on her conversation we're having around whether or not we wanted additional big housing units downtown, it's like we can't grow our housing supply that fast and absorb it. Like it's gonna take some process.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
I'm not saying don't discuss it, but I am saying there is potentially an option other than expanding the urban growth boundary.
Well, let us get through the rest of our bullet points and see if we can circle back. We've got a couple of thoughts on this. Rich.
Okay, so we'll come back to this one, the UGB at the end of housing supply, because you guys have one more.
Yeah, so on this one, we felt that this is, completing large infrastructure projects. I think with awarding the 12th Street project, I mean, I would say that this is a success. Unless we have other large infrastructure projects planned that we know of that are going to impact large developments that are planned or planned for the future, it seems to me like this is could be removed.
Okay.
So Josh, I guess I would just suggest 2 other projects as examples and see where it fits into your scenario. The other contract that will be awarded here real soon is 6th Street widening, but for the purpose of this exercise, I think we can consider that one completed, right? Because we'll be awarding it, it'll be constructed soon. But the 6th Street Bridge might still get into that category. We've got it identified somewhere else. But those are 2 projects that I'm thinking of right now that, because they have such an impact on some of the main arterials in the city, I think they also have an impact on access to housing areas and connecting those with businesses and things like that. Does that fit into the type of project you're thinking of?
I personally, I don't think necessarily the 6th Street Bridge, just because we're pretty built out in that portion of town. Like, I think 12th Street project is just on the head.
Yep.
That got out to the Grove subdivision. That was the biggest issue I could develop. It's a high density parcel. I think projects pushing out to the east, we have projects under, in the Cooker coming up and pushing out to the east. There's definite land out there to develop on. And to Mayor May's point, there are some properties on that side that's owned. Actually, there's one property owner that owns probably about 80 acres of land on the east side of town, various different orchards. So they are all zoned in urban growth boundary. So those orchards will go away eventually, and that there will be a good supply of housing over on that side. Shifting, we had some other ideas here. There was this, there's a constructability study that we thought is a potential new item to discuss. And what this is taking a look at areas of town. Basically looking at your residential land area in town and basing it, this constructability analysis is on how easy is it to develop that land based on the infrastructure improvements you have out there. As I mentioned, just on the east side, there's probably some big extensions of utilities that need to go out there. So yes, the land may be there, but by the time you pull all the infrastructure over there, it increases the overall cost of that development. So are there projects closer in that might be easier to develop with less need for a massive infrastructure project? So
Can I just say this could easily just swap into what 2.5 is right now?
Yeah.
Instead of a complete, basically looking for the context or the big picture that was
Yeah,
potential for structure fund.
we could, yeah. The other we had is, not only adding housing units and housing supply, but the consideration, we've done this through CDBG grants in the past, but this consideration of some type of housing rehabilitation programs or incentives. We do have a lot of housing in the Dalles that it's worn out, it's old. The Dalles is known for having a very old housing supply. So not only do we need to add houses, we need to also maintain the houses that we have so they're not dilapidated. People have a better, a higher quality of life in the homes that they're in. And then the last is, I think I can say this in an open meeting. This is, so this is something, the city trying to be the city, basically the city taking the lead on finding land for housing development. And there is the 13th or the 14th and Union Street property, used to be a reservoir. Now it's under Parks ownership. The Parks uses the property kind of as their yard, if you will. There's a very beat up shop that they use out there. It's about 5 acres of land. It's low density. It's across the street from high density. It could be upzoned. Initial numbers I ran in the past, you can build about 80 to 100 houses on that property. It has infrastructure all around it, and it's 2 blocks from the bus stop. So it seems like low hanging fruit land that if the city could work with the Parks Department, that seems like a great centrally located attainable housing project. I think that's about it, right, Dan?
Okay. New things for 2.5, I heard initially maybe, do we need it? And then I heard it could stay and it addresses one of the points that you made.
Constructability study.
Around the constructability study.
Might be on the order of $25,000, so money, but not big money.
Thoughts on that? Maintain 2.5 or remove it? Anybody else want to advocate?
My biggest feedback on the whole list, in particular because of the housing production strategies itself, having 2 or more strategies within it, is maybe looking at the whole list on the 12-month calendar and then in the hanger calendar.
Putting some of these other items in the hanger?
Yeah, and again, I'm just being the bandwidth person again, right? So 12 months next year. This is not everything we have to do. One conversation Josh and I've had just recently was around the sign code, for example, as another thing. And so I don't have any issue with anything that was said. I just wonder about, okay, what's for the next 12 months and what's for the next 3 years.
How's everybody else feel about that? Stick with we're proposing the removal of 2.1. 2.2, we modified to explore that city board representative. 2.3 is big, prioritize and begin implementing the housing production strategy and select the top 2 to 4 diverse actions. And that would also replace 2.4 and just leave it at that. The other items that were raised, put in the hanger until you guys figure out bandwidth and capacity.
I'm okay with, I'm okay with it because 2.3 is gonna be substantial.
Yeah, 2.3 will be substantial. Okay. Anybody want to push back on that? Let's make sure, okay, then let's get these things in the in 2.5, just to confirm that we're gonna take it off.
Yeah, I think 2.5 could be the like constructability.
I'm just gonna, can I just put constructability study over here on the hanger?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would also add on like a 3-year time horizon, if there are opportunities to build infrastructure like these mid-call streets.
Sure, this is a 12-month, work element.
Okay, so just so I get all the things on here, constructability study, and then how did you summarize that last one you mentioned, the development, the parcel of? What would I title it?
Explore the 14th and Union Street Parks property for future housing development.
The coastal sightings is a big one. We haven't talked about this.
And then is there a third one you guys had on there?
Yeah, it's,
Housing rehab.
yeah, like.
Oh, the housing rehab, that's
Some
right.
kind of housing rehab incentive type of program. Which can be accomplished not only, by the city alone, but in partnership with the housing authority.
All right, how's everybody feel about that? These refinements?
Mayor has his hand.
Oh, Mayor, go ahead.
You're muted.
You're muted.
We read that one.
Quick question regarding the Park District property. Has anybody, Josh or Matthew or anybody else, had any preliminary discussions with the Park District about this?
For 14? Yeah, I mean, the concept has been around for a while. Given the dynamics that Josh mentioned a moment ago. That there's an agreement between the city and the parks that parks can use that parcel for parks purposes, quote unquote. And so it's been talked about that, there could be a dog park there. I do think it's in the parks master plan as some kind of park. But given its proximity to high density housing, it could have a better use or higher use for it.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I'd be shocked that the Park District went along with it, that's all. Okay,
I've
thank
had
you.
preliminary discussions over the years. They were looking for possibly exchanging the parcel with school district in order to take over Colonel Wright and the school take over that for a possible location. That was one of the things. So there's a lot of things bantied around, but it would be advisable because we have a lack of housing. That's a prime place right in the middle of the Dalles. It would be to make a dog park out of that would not be a practical use. So yes, to answer your question, but no, there's been no formal talks as far as moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we've got that document. Oh, yes, Dan,
Sorry, I thought you were in transition to houses, that's not what I wanted to see.
I am, and while I was trying to.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Can I just see if there's appetite to add one bullet under the public relations proposed goal of having one city council roadshow or traveling session this year? The idea being that we would do basically just a full listening session out of City Hall in a public venue. Ideally like once a year, but basically we just show up and say, hey, look, we're just here to lower the barrier to people coming to talk to us. And we make it, maybe refreshments, childcare, we make it outside City Hall, so it's not like quite so official. And we just let people come and have an open mic night. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, we added that we're gonna come back to this one at the end to refine, but I got the idea. Okay. All right, are you guys good with housing supply? Okay, gotta keep us moving. Houselessness.
Okay, so we're gonna we're suggesting combining 3.1 and.
Wait, we're at our 2:30 break time. Sorry, right? Do you guys wanna take 10 minutes and then come back and start with houselessness?
Yes.
Okay, 10 minutes. 10 minutes, sorry.
Get ready to go.
I know, they're very ready.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
All right, so we're gonna combine 3.1 and 3.3. So it would say identify legislative policy changes to improve access. Well, I'll read it and then I'll go back. To improve access and entry into medical and behavioral health services.
Into medical and behavioral health services.
Yes. And then period and city manager, mayor / council president. Submit letters of support and or legislative testimony. And what that means to us is that instead of going letters of support for funding like we have been, that we want to work with the legislature on, some people are bringing forward policy changes and different service models, maybe helping people get into treatment programs, forcing, them to be able to take their medicine easier than now. So that's why we're switching the language.
So this is combined 3.1 and 3.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna pause here. Okay.
We're gonna leave 3.2 the same.
3.2 is
Yeah,
ongoing.
the abatement of cancer debris ongoing.
Okay.
We're gonna leave 3.4, which is, regional partnerships.
Ongoing.
And then we want to combine 3.5 and 3.7.
Okay.
We just said combine them, so I don't think there was like any language change.
So, but which one do you want to keep?
Oh, I think we would say it first, invite community partners to present to the city council on recent successes, and then jump up and say, and continue to proactively inform the community.
I see. Okay.
Because by coming to council, we're helping get that out there, but then we also can promote that out through our social media. Because people look to the city for information about that rather than each individual agency.
Okay.
And strike 3.6.
Remove 3.6.
And we have one item for the hangar.
Yes.
So explore creative solutions and services.
Explore what?
Creative solutions and services. For the hard to serve. After we see how the collection works.
Services. For hard to serve.
Yeah. They're the ones, like hard to serve, meaning they aren't gonna get good results. They usually fail out of programs or whatever, and before they got the severe issues that they're just really hard.
Okay, so explore creative solutions and services for the hard to serve.
After we see how the collection
How deflection
works.
Okay.
And then, maybe an IGA with an acknowledgement, that, success will be harder than typical. So basically, when we're saying, here's an IGA, we expect results for this money or whatever we're doing, we can acknowledge that what is important is serving people, not that they get, 100% success rate. Because those people are hard to serve, and it's more about, is something even being offered to them? It's people saying that the deflection program hasn't even started yet, because we don't know how that's gonna be.
Okay. And this is one hanger item.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's sort of flushed out so that people will know what we meant.
Yeah.
Get there.
Okay, how do you guys feel about these proposals? Combining 3.1. 3.2 and 3.4 remain as ongoing. Yes, Mayor. You're muted. Good. We're just gonna start with there. Mayor, you're muted.
Hey, it's been 4 years since COVID. I'm out of practice.
I know. You're doing great.
Yeah, I don't have anything negative to say about what's been said so far, but I just want to raise this issue that I raised before. And that is that I would expect that the Oregon legislature is going to be tweaking House Bill 3115. And at some point after they do that, if this, and Jonathan and Matthew might want to weigh in on this, we might want to consider some sort of time, place, and manner ordinance. So I just want to, I'm not looking for any deep discussion about it. I just want to kind of throw that out there as a possibility in the future.
Rich, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, you know, we're definitely exploring what a time, place, manner ordinance would look like. I know that that's coming down the pipeline. Call it spring 2025, maybe optimistically. But you mentioned this before in today's meeting, and I guess I haven't heard anything about this from anyone other than you, but I haven't heard that the legislature is intending on revisiting HB 3115. So I'm wondering just briefly if you know anything else about that.
Just from talking to people at the League of Oregon Cities, that ever since the Supreme Court made their decision, they think there's going to be a lot of pressure on the legislature to revise 3115 to go more along with the Supreme Court decision. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. Other discussion around the proposals for houselessness? Yeah, go ahead.
I thought a question maybe for the group to remind me. Was there last year when we were looking at something to do with like a safe parking initiative, safe parking sites? I thought I saw that even on that list you had previously. I thought that was on the list. I thought when we were going through to check off who's going to be responsible, all the directors for each task. For something to do with safe driving or safe parking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we discussed it, but it was abandoned.
Okay.
If I remember, it was just syllabized with the insurance and we had looked at that because that was one of the things that could have helped us through the winter months and getting traffic or parking off the streets.
Okay.
But I've since abandoned that.
Okay.
Yeah, just so you guys have it, explore and implement rest havens where feasible. Example, safe parking programs, carts, jurisdictions. That was something that you guys discussed.
Okay, that's impressive.
Thank you.
Did you try to keep records? Okay. I think the only thing I'm recognizing here on some of these is that you're proposing here to combine this 3.5 and 3.7, and over here in this goal around like public relations, communications, they've added 3.5 as something to be lumped in here.
And that made sense to us. We just didn't know what that was gonna be, so.
Yeah. So you could potentially remove that if it gets.
Sorry, what is 3.5?
3.5 is the,
Do you want me to read it as its full thing now? Like the whole thing?
sure.
They've combined it, so it's now invite community partners to present to city council and community on recent successes, upcoming ongoing projects and challenges, and proactively inform the community around updates, strategies, projects, and resources through city council presentation, social media, toolkits, and website.
This one fired.
No, she works for me. Back off, Dan. On my team.
So in this term, you guys have a public relations category and you guys are obviously gonna talk about that more. This is very much something public relations. It's just it's specific to housing supply. So,
All right, so let's let it live over here for a second and we can come back to it. Yeah,
okay, I'll
highlight
highlight it here.
yeah, I'll put a question mark next to it. I also still have the question mark with the UGB for housing supply. Okay, any other questions or comments around the proposals for houselessness? This makes sense to everybody for the most part. We'll deal with these miscellaneous ones as we bring this goal area together. Fiscal sustainability and planning.
Yeah.
What do you guys come up with?
So 4.1, we want to keep it, but we're going to tweak it. So
Okay,
currently it says facilitate discussion / work session. Recommending changing it to continue work to determine allocation of Google revenue.
Yeah, I think you're on 5.1.
Oh, am I?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, my mistake.
continue work to allocate
Allocation of Google revenues.
New York. Okay,
4.2. Change or tweak it to implement funding agreements with some CLT recipients.
implement funding agreement. With, what was it, with which recipients?
CLT.
TLT. Okay,
4.3 is maintain an unappropriated ending fund balance equal to 4 months operating and 10% contingency, and that would remain unchanged.
okay, so ongoing.
Yep.
Okay,
4.4 would be completed. That was the finalized new IGA with Las Vegas County Library.
okay,
And 4.5 would be is finalize franchise agreement / ordinance, which is the discussion that came up earlier this morning that Matthew was discussing.
So I just have a question on this. 4.3 was the one that you guys flagged to refine, but you guys didn't refine that one. So just,
4.3.
yeah,
Yeah, we ultimately, we decided not to,
update
because
it.
that's just a general policy. I think that we all agree that it's 10% contingency.
okay. Okay. How do you guys feel about the proposals?
Fine.
Fine, Matthew.
For 4.2, can we put TLT and other city fund recipients?
You guys okay with that?
I know we're focused on TLT, but we also fund a lot of people in general development. For example. So, yes. And then just a question for myself, I mean, again, the original 4.1, prepare a resolution for policy guidance on SIP. And again, with the work session, direction we got from the work session with the county commission, and where I feel that we're headed with the water master plan, it was still my intention to bring a resolution to council in December. And I guess I'll just take the opportunity now. Do you want me to keep pushing for that in December, or do you want me to wait until next year? Okay, wait until next year.
No, push forward.
Okay, just confirm.
If you're done at this time, then make sure to remind us that you did this, you did 2 years goals and 1 so.
But I think there's still an element to allocation, the specific allocation. Once that resolution is passed, okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, the reason we came up with continuing work to determine allocation of Google revenues was because there's going to be more, right? It doesn't just stop at the SIP and gap. But right, there's continuing. If we.
Okay.
All right.
Can I ask something? Do you want to prepare a resolution or other clear policy guidelines and continue allocation process of Google revenue?
No, it just, I think it removes the first part of that and just starts with continue.
But we're just gonna do what Matt needs to already, but still do the first part.
I think I understand the goal of the state.
Okay, cool. So just, okay, got it.
Okay. Are we good on this one? Dan?
I like it, I have one I'd like to throw out. Or to the group's considerations from small, but something I had in mind. The preamble is we put a lot of money and time into economic development. We have staff, we have dollars, I put a lot of hours into meeting on economic development, fully support, etc. I think given that we have the blessing of financial stability, we have a lot of Google money. I think it would be well for our quality of life to ask staff to come up with a process for allocating a modest amount of money for the most vulnerable ones, for public, that is for nonprofits doing work, not necessarily for houselessness, though probably a high degree of overlap. I'm thinking about $100,000, something on that order, in the budget that we have a soft commitment to, just like we fund the fireworks every year. We can change that, but we have a commitment, essentially, or an agreement, a culture that we are not going to fight about fireworks, or we're going to fund it to some degree if we can. It's burning up something. Okay, but can we think about setting up a process for, again, a modest sum that goes to agencies, nonprofits that are doing good work? And I'm thinking, for instance, food bank, youth empowerment shelters, things along those lines that are always looking for money. And that $50,000 or $100,000 in relatively money with relatively few strings helps them do good work.
Good idea. Would you agree that it might fit under 4.2 other city fund recipients? That's what they're doing.
It's true though, that is not very broad, right? Sure. TLT is a very big conversation. Correct. And then like all this other stuff. If that's how
you want to be more specific,
I would be more specific just to get that specific thing addressed and squared away. But I'm not gonna like die on that hill.
Well, just to keep it moving along, I think we understand the proposal.
Well, I think I can add a little bit of context to it. You know, we do have a funding request process that's due every January 31st to submit requests to the city for funding for local nonprofits and area agencies. And that is typically the process that we officially or unofficially used for funding requests that land in the current city council budget. So youth thing, fireworks and everything are kind of funded out of that. And we've been improving on that process over the last few years. And I think this is another area where if the TRT or TLT ordinance revisions pass, we'll have a little bit of additional change and clarity or some flexibility on using TLT specific dollars for some tourism specific uses and general fund dollars for supporting youth thing, for example, which is not a tourism thing.
it's like, yes.
Yes House or youth things or you know, Main Street, whatever it may be, which Main Street's a little.
That's like,
Yeah, it's a bad example, but we'll be better able to kind of articulate one of the questions we add into that funding request application is a specific question about tourism. So I think that'll bring some clarity as to what dollars are going where and how we're supporting tourism and then how we're supporting some of those quality of life programs that I think those that are helping more of them.
fair enough. I guess I'm really trying to get, as much as anything, some philosophical or some buy-in from my fellow counselors that we would think this is a worthwhile thing to do rather than waiting for budget night
another long meeting, we argue about whether it's the role of government, blah, blah, blah. Like, let's think on it. And have a carve out a modest, steady sum. Even if it's, whether it's grant-based or goes through this process. That's for you to sort of figure out, you know, the best.
Yeah, it might be actually more of a discussion I had at a council meeting, there was interest in that, then maybe the goal setting meeting today, but discuss that at that time, but I think the council has routinely entertained those funding requests. We advocate for that or publicize that application process every year. It's been out now and we'll put it on Facebook and everything.
It's in the budget process too.
And if there's an entity, again, like the bank or whatnot, who has who is seeking support from the city, I would definitely like them to see that request. And I think every year, almost, I don't know for how long now, but in the city council's budget, there's been anywhere between $100,000 and $200,000 for.
Right, but there's
various
some things that we have sort of tradition or commitment, if you will, of fund, transfer, right, miscellaneous. And I'm trying to get us, get the idea collectively discussed and agreed on. And again, yeah, it may take a resolution, but if it's on our work list here, then maybe we can actually.
So I think, just again, for in the interest of time, just to keep things moving, there's a proposal on the table. There's already kind of a process that exists, although it's a little broader than you're proposing something more specific. So just from the council, can I just get a sense of this, of the proposal that Dan's offered, is this something that you guys want to add to the full list? Is it clear what the ask is or what he's proposing? Just check for clarity first.
We're already within the budget process and within operations right now. We still have that in place, if I'm not mistaken.
I would agree with Sam. Like, me personally, I think it's a budget decision that we should discuss.
Right.
This goes back, there was a history. At one time, it was that way and it was removed from the process and it was moved to administrative overview with the process of applying for those funding reimbursements. At one time, it was a given that you would get X amount, but we changed that over the years. So now we're at the tail end of that process.
And I'm not arguing the problem. I'm again trying to get us to
Identify funds specifically for certain groups. Yes, I think through the budget process, we could do that and make that happen at that time.
Darcy?
So I understand both sides. I'm not sure exactly what the right answer is, but I think that what Dan is saying is he wants to specifically call out that this is our goal, is that we're going to specifically set aside money for those who are the least among us. And I know that it sort of falls under the agreements, but it doesn't exactly call it out definitely. And some of that could be other different ways. It could be under that other city funds, but it also could be creating the under the housing supply, their priority to rehabilitate houses for people that can't afford it to do themselves. So I think that Dan's trying to get it into our goals so that it tells the future people that this was priority.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he started, not just fireworks, the philosophical thing of like, put it in the goals.
I don't know.
I want to hear from Scott and the mayor on this too. Scott, do you have a preference or a thought on this proposal?
Worse or but this will stay really rather than the house is my category.
Yeah, I don't care which one it goes under.
Yeah. Okay. Are you in favor of adding something? Okay, Mayor, do you have any opinion on this?
I had a tough time understanding Dan, but I think I know where he's coming from. But I just wanted to point out that any agency, whether it's through the budget process or otherwise, can come to the city and ask for money. I prefer it go through the budget process, but the Park District came to us. They wanted $500,000 for Cirrhosis Park. We gave it to them. Mid-Columbia Community Action came to us and they wanted money for the Gloria Center, and we gave it to them. That wasn't part of the budget process, but it was a special request that came that, that wasn't part of the fireworks and the tourism stuff. So I think it should go through the budget process, but I don't see what's to stop people that, nonprofit from coming to us with a special request. That place in Hood River, the Children's Advocate, that's another example. Then they want $50,000 or something from us, or 500,000, and we declined to give them that much. But Dan, did I understand you correctly? Does that?
Yes, thank you for your point about giving money to McCack. That was a special one-time lump of money. And they came and said, and in fact, I think we may have invited people to say, how should we spend this money? But at any rate, what I'm trying to get at is, yes, in the budget process, for an ongoing commitment or understanding of X dollars, so that we get a sense among ourselves of the scale that we would be willing to countenance every year and commit to.
And I think when you and I talked, it's more about us as a city being proactive and stating that we want to help the least among us. And so we're committing that much money. We're not necessarily waiting for people to come to us with our handout, but we might be intentionally spending some of that.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not getting a clear majority of the group that wants to move something forward. I heard some of you want to do the budget process and others that you're like interested in entertaining the idea.
Well, again, I guess maybe to try and move the needle, I mean, I feel that there is a process to apply for funds. Historically, the city council's budget, we had, I believe, between $100,000 and $200,000. We use that to fund requests or consider funding requests that we receive. I think from year to year, I think otherwise it's relatively stable, right? And from that amount that we have in the city council budget, I would hate to say we're going to put $250,000 here, for example, given the other complexities of just going through the whole budget process. You know, we may have an opportunity here. We need a little bit more over here or over there. Having that flexibility is nice. I also don't want to fund things just to fund them, and I know that's not what you're saying. But that process is in place. I bring forward every request we receive, no matter what. So the council's aware whether or not my recommendation is to fund or not. You guys get the full package on what the funding requests were. And during that budget process, you have that ability to make any adjustments that you see fit. And I think having that process at all is that invitation to apply and solicit funds from the city to support actually one.
And I remember a line item in the budget for those, with those listed, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Very modest sums. So I'm fine, we can move on today, but you're gonna hear this again during the budget process.
Well, that's fine.
And if that's how it needs to be, I want a clear discussion and answer on this, and I feel like we can put a line item for X dollars, if this is what we're gonna spend on, however we want to put it. The most vulnerable or agencies doing this work that are in constant need of funding. In fact, it makes good sense to put a line item on there, or a dollar amount that we're willing to counter. I'm just saying, let's up it a little bit and be clear with everybody, the scale of what we're talking about. And I would like it to be more than $5,000 or $10,000.
You want to put it in the hangar? So it doesn't get lost?
We got money this year, let's get started this year.
All right. So you're gonna bring it, so through the budget process, that's where you guys are gonna deal with this.
Yes.
Okay. We'll keep moving then. Are we okay then with the other modifications or proposals for fiscal sustainability and planning? We're okay there. All right, let's get through the last one here, infrastructure.
So infrastructure, 5.1 remains the same.
Ongoing.
Okay. 5.2. A little bit of a tweak to it. Identify and prioritize funding. Support the completion of city works. Master plan.
the changes in this language, identify.
Yeah, it's just, identifying prior business.
Okay,
And then we added one, so, we had a short discussion about the Sixth Street Bridge. Popping up, we don't have a specific verbiage for it, but 5.3 would basically be, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but it's basically laying out an action item to plan the reconstruction or replacement of Sixth Street Bridge.
what's the language? Plan the replacement of the Sixth Street Bridge. Plan the replacement of the Sixth Street Bridge.
Yep.
Say rehabilitation or
Rehabilitation.
yeah, because we don't get.
Replacement or rehabilitation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
There be something there on the, water treatment plant, big snowball number away.
It's got the 5.2 as the funding for public works master plan project. And prioritize that, funding, find, identify prioritize, don't.
Or does that need, was a project within the master, okay, thank you.
Okay, Matthew.
Wastewater master plan. For next year.
What do you want to add? And that's why I didn't know if we wanted to be pretty general or, get to that level of.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we left it kind of general because we have like the wastewater, but we also talked about, we're sort of at that midpoint, near that midpoint.
Okay. So I-
Building in there that's not obvious to the reader, those are major infrastructure projects that are identified in the master plan, but if you haven't already read the master plan, you wouldn't know that.
So in your goal document this year, what we could do is we could do like, because that infrastructure page looks a little light, but we know that that's massive amounts of work. We could put some little call out boxes that kind of give a brief description for the reader of like what this really means, like a little snippet of background and like you can learn more here, but like here just to get a better idea of what's
Yeah,
happening.
and point somebody to.
Yeah, to your website. or
Like the
something.
new website.
Yeah, that's gonna be amazing. Okay. But I think we still have time to do the prioritization. Sasha's been working up the language. Couple things, we still need to deal with the UGB conversation and housing supply. And then for public relations, you guys aren't in a position really to prioritize this today because we don't have the actions defined. So if you remember, which you don't remember because you're new then, but how we did this last year. When we had all this content, some general idea of what you wanted. We refined and said, what are the outcomes that you're looking for in this goal area? And then staff workshopped it on the back end to figure out how to craft the language for the action. So I think it would be helpful to get some input on the council or from the council on this public relations. Make sure you guys created some goal language. I don't think this will be too terribly hard. But to make sure that we're headed in the right direction to give staff direction on how to craft some actions under these. So you won't be able to prioritize everything in this section today. But I think the other ones, we have everything refined and we'll be able to do a little prioritization exercise. Does that sound okay?
I got another one that I could like to add to infrastructure and get everybody's opinion on it maybe. Hoping that we can explore improvements that are required development in the city. This would be right of way improvements. I think Dave knows more about the struggles that we have currently with getting improvements. And as a result, the city is investing a substantial amount of ARPA funds to continue a sidewalk system because the city's hands are tied getting certain types of improvements. So
Especially if they apply to residential development, is that what you're thinking?
exactly, yeah. So we continue to support housing supply and housing development, but when we put in that housing, the city's hands are tied on whether we can get even a sidewalk. You know, you could build a single family home on West 10th Street, it doesn't have curb in front of the property. We can't require a sidewalk to be built on one of our busiest streets.
If this is something that changed. We had 15, 16 years ago, what was the duration of that, 10 years?
Yeah, that House bill was House built like 2014.
Yeah, so I guess my point is, the city historically required that when a new house was being built, they had to put a curb sidewalk in the house, and then that went away. After some conversations and workshops with, city council and some concerned citizens. And so now we have this situation of houses being built with no sidewalk in front of them unless the city comes up with a, kind of a unique bucket of money like we are with the ARPA funds for the 12th Street project. These houses get built, and there's no sidewalks in front of them. And I think he's talking about identifying an action item to revisit that.
You guys wanna work on that this year?
Yes.
Okay, what do you want me to, Mayor, do you wanna work on that this year?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Matthew's laughing to himself. Dan? Yeah, yes, okay. I feel like there's a majority. Okay, what do you want me to call it?
I like to know why Matthew's laughing.
I think it's just another addition to the list. It's what maybe why he's laughing.
So it has nothing to do with 12th Street?
I have no idea. Matthew? Okay.
Everything to do with. Well.
Okay, what do you want me to frame it as? We don't have to have the full language right now, but just give me enough so we can put
Development
it.
requirements with residential development.
I would say all development.
Yeah,
Explore development requirements.
it's not just a residential problem, it's a problem. New businesses get on there and create employment opportunities already, so.
Explore development requirements, is that enough
Easier to get.
for right now?
Yeah, it's your.
Okay, that's what I've got for right now, so you guys know what it is. Okay, as far as the outcome for this public relations goal, so the team that worked on this, create accurate narrative, foster more communication, or foster more community engagement to create more positive community image. Are you guys okay with that? As like the direction for staff to come up with some actions that correlate to that? Yes. Does anybody want to give any different direction?
We're not wordsmithing it.
No, we're not going, no, definitely not.
Okay.
Never seen that in productive session. Okay. And then we have some things that are moving under this goal area that will be refined into some more cohesive, a more cohesive set of actions to help achieve that. Is council okay with that? You'll get to see it in the review once the draft is together. All right, what do you want to do with this UGB one that we left hanging out there in housing supply?
As it relates to housing supply, I don't think.
Josh is pointing to the hangar.
As it relates to housing supply over the next 12 months, I think it's a hangar.
The hangar, you guys, okay, moving into the hangar? Mayor, this is one that you brought up.
Is there anything that can be done in the next 12 months related to employment and?
Yeah, an economic opportunities analysis, which we're planning on. Yeah, we would be doing that, and that would show what we're at as far as the available land we have, which.
It'll give you some data.
Yeah, that would kind of be data for.
So do we want to put it on the hangar or do we want to put it in? Like, you're already doing.
Yeah, I think in the side of like the UGB conversation, I think what it does is if we bring up the UGB conversation, let's say 24 months from now, we have that economic opportunities analysis updated, so. That would be like.
Agreed. I think one of the things I don't see up here is work like that. So the EOA is the thing to do in the next 12 months, just like it's sign code. Either of those.
That's what I'm saying, like, we're gonna do it this year, like, this is productive.
So should we put the economic?
I agree, it should go up there because it's
Because
work.
it doesn't affect just residential.
Well, we need a good picture of the workload. I'm looking at this from a workload perspective now. We're gonna do it anyways. I want you guys to see it. So in other words, you keep it in mind with everything else that we have listed up there.
Okay, so do you want to add economic opportunities analysis to the livability goal?
I think it's appropriate.
I think a DOA and sign code fit the best under livability. I don't think they fit very well, but.
Well, they don't fit on my paper, so it's gonna get a little wonky with you. All right, 1.8 is economic opportunities analysis. Okay, and then a 1.9, or I don't know how all these numbers are gonna shift, but is the sign code?
Maybe we talked about doing it last year. We didn't quite work on it because we were transitioning with our senior planner, but we want to do it in the next 12 months. It should be up there or it goes on the hanger.
I don't know, the hanger. And is there any real wants or urgency? Yeah, if they put that on the report.
It's a, I don't want to speak for Josh, but it's a nightmare of a code, right? And it's not a problem until we get applications that make it a problem. And we're all familiar with that.
2 months.
That's there's a lot of resources available for sign codes. There's the one sign code by OC. We have expert counsel that can help us design something and we think the direction council, I think, to bump this up on the list. It's I think a nightmare is the best way to describe it as far as what it is. You know, it can be also chunked out of one of that project, just simply around the use code. As part of the whole process.
Don't sign me up for a second word session.
Yeah. That's for sure.
I don't either.
Yeah. I don't really remember if there does make necessary to hold that, but at least some of the housekeeping stuff can be done.
For me, it's something that we've talked about and it needs to be up there somewhere. So we keep it in mind when it comes to all the things that we're doing. Especially if we're talking about work sessions. Other things like that.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's great is that next we're gonna have you prioritize these things.
There we go.
Sasha's our prioritization survey ready.
It is.
Thank you. All right, so, have you guys used Menti before? Mentimeter? Yeah, Amy says yes.
Yep.
Yeah, so you just need a device of some sort and open a browser. You can do it on your phone. You can do it, if you have a laptop or a tablet in front of you. If you need help, I'll come around and help you. And so I think we're gonna share it, right? So I'll share my computer. So you're gonna, if you go to menti, menti.com, and there you should go there too. And we'll give you, a screen should open up where it's gonna ask you for a numeric code. And staff is participating in this too, the ranking. I'm asking, it's a question. Or do you want just the council to do
I
it?
would like us to.
Yeah, okay.
If you want staff to put on it.
Council, do you want staff input on the?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, let's do it.
Is there a way to filter out staff responses from council responses?
If Sasha adds a name, if you had a name field too,
I do have an.
if you have a name field, then yes.
Hold on, I'm just trying to.
Then you're not gonna know who voted what on the survey, but yes, we would be able to we would know and we could separate staff versus.
Amy,
No.
where's Amy? She's not.
We'll give you a code to join and just say, we gotta share the screen so you can see it. Amy's gotta give us permission. Bear with the tech here for just a moment. We'll get everybody on. Okay. Thank you. There, yeah, okay, kind of fun. Now, just keep in mind, this prioritization, this is a data point, so it's a data point for staff to understand what when you look at each of these goal areas, with the exception of public relations, which we can't do yet, how would you rank these actions? And if, so say, for example, if the sign code, when you were just talking about, isn't your highest priority in the livability grouping, then let them know that. So if they have to think about where there's available capacity, they can shift the capacity somewhere else if need be, okay?
So the code, you guys, is 6823. Hold on, I'll say it over again.
And I'll put it up here.
4593. Sorry, it's at the top of the screen.
6823.
4593.
4593. And once you're in, yeah, the first question you should be in or asked is the shared name. So yeah, if you want to be.
Well, and I think Jonathan's idea is fair, if you just want to put in staff or counselor.
Yeah. Both work.
So we should have 16 responses.
Yeah, so we'll wait and see until we get to the right number here. 13 of you, 14. Does anybody need any help having trouble getting in?
Should I kick me out, just like I did.
All right, we got 16. I think everybody's in. Okay, so now.
So this next one is, it was a fun one that I added.
Oh, the next one, Sasha did a little, Sasha did a test response, so we can all practice one more time.
So favorite restaurant in the Dalles.
Favorite restaurant in the Dalles. She's actually just wants to know where to go to dinner for tonight.
I already know where I'm going. You all know where I'm
It's all
going.
closed.
Tierra de Lobos. CGCC cafeteria. We really love the lunch today.
The Cleves household.
Oh, no, actually. Love with it.
Okay.
You lost someone.
You want me to read the responses? We have Sims, we have Free Bridge, the cafeteria here, the Cleves, the Highway House, the Smoke Ring, the Riv, Last Stop, River Tap, La Petite, Bargeway, the Grill, Cousins, that Thai Joint, Mama Jane's, My House.
What is
My office.
barbecue? Across your dominance.
All right, you guys ready? Okay, next one's a real one.
Please, you think of something not a restaurant related. She's like, what is smoking? All right, guys.
Okay, so now here are the livability actions. And you get a chance to rank those. I know, well, you guys had a lot of actions, so.
The font gets bigger with the least amount of actions you have. So, infrastructure will be a nice one.
Yeah, that
But other than that.
You just hit on the ones you prioritize.
They'll actually rank all of them, so. So you can pick which one is your top, and then after you, then it'll, once you click that as your top.
Not the next one.
Yeah.
Must happen.
Is it where Jeanette get that?
Oh, I could pull out the number.
Sorry, is that working okay? Okay, okay. I didn't get a chance to test this on you guys. I was working on the fly over here, so I just want to make sure it's working. Okay, cool. And please, if there's spelling errors, I'm doing my best.
Yeah. Got one person in, 2 people in so far. Yeah, well, they, as people are submitting, you're starting to see a move.
This is how I imagine what ranked choice voting should be.
This is not how it works.
What's pilot ship policy?
That's it. 3 hours.
So I'll tell you, I know you can't see these, but after they're submitted, I'll tell you where they landed.
While you guys are doing that, someone just asked a good question and it would be good context for us to know too. The pilot shift policy, 36-hour shift policy, is that what you just said?
Oh, yeah. For the police department?
Pilot, please. Okay.
All right, we have 8 responses in. Halfway there. Eleven. Right there, 5 more.
Still doing it?
I just want to figure out how to run it.
Come on now.
Did we mention that the recruitment was an opportunity?
Also, don't be hard on yourself. We've done this in other cities where people in their business they struggle with this too. Sometimes technology is just frustrating. Yeah, and challenging. Across the board.
All right, we've got 14 in. 2 more.
Move her up, Dave. Come on.
Yeah, honestly.
I'm still showing 14. We still have 2 more.
There we go,
Oh, you want
15.
that.
Yeah.
15. Yeah, don't forget to hit submit. If you haven't hit submit.
There it is. Submit. All right, there's 15.
I'm like waiting for the number to change. Go, okay. Okay, we got it. All right, so you guys can see the results on your screen, right? Okay, so first is aggressive, and we'll send these to you after the fact. Aggressively train and retain police officers. Finalize the plaza design and budget in the next cycle is number 2. CAD RMS deployment is number 3. Reimagine the NEAT reestablishment is 4. And tied with the pilot shift policy. So those are both tied as equal priorities. And then 6th is maintain funding for the sidewalk rehabilitation and ADA replacement programs. 7th is the economic opportunities analysis. 8th is review and update animal control ordinance. And 9th is the sign code.
This is the longest one.
That's the longest one. Everything else should be a little faster. Okay, next.
All right, next, we're in housing supply.
Next, housing supply. You only have 2. Is that right? Yes, we took one out.
Yeah, we took a lot out.
Yeah.
We merged. They're very long.
Done.
Good work. Good work, guys. The sense. There we go. All right, already seeing colors.
Okay. All right, we got everybody in. So housing production strategy, work to do. Okay, next up. Houselessness. Some of them get cut off right at the end because.
Yeah, they're too long.
text.
Sorry. They only allow so many characters. So I'm already looking at some of these and how long they are for like the report writing. I'm like, those columns are not gonna be. It'll be fine.
Well, we're gonna do them in.
Yeah.
Yes. Kelsey's gonna help with that.
Yep.
Okay, just one more. Yep, we got them all. All right, so first is consistently tag and abate camps. Second is identify legislative police changes, policy changes, and improve access and entry into medical and behavioral health services. Third is strengthen regional partnerships by staff and council. Housing summits, town halls, other opportunities. 4th is invite community partners to present city council. Okay. Although that one I thought we moved, but we'll deal with that later. Okay, next up. Fiscal sustainability and planning. Have at it.
All right. Okay, so first up, continue the work with the allocation of the Google revenue. Second, implement funding agreements with TLT and other city fund recipients. Third, maintain an unappropriated ending fund balance equal to 4 months operating and 10% contingency. And then fourth, finalize the franchise agreements with entities that utilize city right away. Okay, next up, last but not least, infrastructure.
We're all starting.
Two more in this one.
And then just one more. That's fine.
Good.
Not yet.
Okay. Well, first is, we're waiting for one more response to come in.
Everyone submit.
Did everybody hit submit?
Yeah, it's still spinning though.
Oh, yours is still spinning. Okay.
Oh, here it goes.
Redo.
What were the results of the previous one? Those displayed now.
Here we go.
Huh?
The results of the previous question displayed now.
This is in the infrastructure, what's up here right now. I don't know what you're seeing on your device, but
Same thing, but it's infrastructure question. I think that's, yeah, but I thought you were like beating the answers.
oh, no, I already did that. We're still waiting for, yeah, are we waiting for you? Did you not, did you respond to the infrastructure one?
What I just submitted like a minute and a half ago was about, had like TRT and franchise.
Yeah, that was the fiscal sustainability one. Oh, you haven't done this one yet?
Which one is that?
Infrastructure, we're on infrastructure.
I didn't run it.
Okay, sorry.
I didn't hear the answer to the one I just did.
Oh, I did that. I did do it.
You know, you're being a problem.
I was like, did I not read it? Did I just do that?
I did. Very good. And I think the housing was there, it combined, and so it was like the same language for 3.5.
We'll clean it up. It's fine.
Yeah, it's just really long.
Okay, now we have it all. Okay, so first, identify and prioritize adequate funding to support the completion of projects in each of the city's public works master plans. Second, complete a citywide master plan that includes city-owned public infrastructure and buildings. Third, plan for the replacement or rehabilitation of the 6th Street Bridge. And fourth, explore required development requirements. Anyway, explore development requirements, I think is what it's supposed to be. So there you go. How do you guys feel about the process? Tired, exhausted? That's okay. Okay, you guys did a lot of work today. First of all, it's a ton, there was a lot to talk about right out of the gate, thinking about all the progress that happened over the last year. And then to think about where you want to head, to think about what the current context is and where you want to head next. But you got there, added one new goal.
Well, one thing I just want to add is we did a lot more this time in the sense that last time we really focused on the goals. It was after the session.
Yeah.
Where staff populated all the actions and everything brought back to council. And today we spent a good chunk of the day talking about the actions themselves, which is a lot of additional details.
do you guys feel like this was helpful?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Felt like city managers helping to find a hangar 3 to 5 year horizon. Really helpful. Because the traditional parking lot is like really. But yeah, okay, thanks, we've heard you, go away. And the hangar's like, no, these are long term.
These are gonna take flight. Okay, right? These are gonna take flight over here. Mayor, any reflections from your point, your vantage point?
Just that I've never used that many.com before. I'm really impressed with it. And I was wondering if we could add one more question. I don't want to disrupt everything, but I'd like to have the 5 council members listed. And then not the mayor, just the 5 council members, and then have the staff rank them as to how popular they are.
I was getting ready to do it, and Sasha was like ready to type whatever you were gonna say. Yes, we can do that during the council meeting when you approve the goals. We will have it ready.
I'd like to log in with a different name.
Everyone uses stuff. Well, I appreciate your engagement and your participation today. I don't know, I think maybe for just an easy reflection, reading the energy levels in the room, maybe we can just go around and just share a word of gratitude. Or I do think you guys have a special synergy here with the staff and the council, and the level of collaboration that you have. And so I think never taking that for granted, always appreciating the work that everybody brings to the table is really important. So sentiment of gratitude out there.
Thank you, I felt heard. Thank you. Darcy?
I'd like to thank Sarah and Sasha too for all their work. You guys have been super to work with, and last year and this year. So thank you for what you guys have done.
Our pleasure.
I would say excited because I was here when we were putting all this stuff in place and we worked so hard this last year. And I love what's up there for this year for you guys all too.
All right, thanks, Darcy.
Satisfied.
Satisfied, good.
Oh, and if I had a position open, I would offer Natasha a job.
Yeah, I don't see you. I don't know what you're up to over there. Dave.
Reiterate the appreciation to both of you for keeping us on track and really nice process. Good job on this part. Appreciate the support, staff, city council. This is my last one. Bye. Yeah, I know, I'm actually getting choked up about it. So thank you.
You will be missed, believe us.
You don't have to leave.
I feel like I just said it out loud.
We will find you.
We will find you.
I guess for me, after thinking of all the work and everything that we did this year and all your efforts and passion for this, I'm just really excited that apparently you guys have signed up for year 2.
So this is my first goal setting session. I guess I would be summing up, I'd say satisfied.
Okay. Angie? Other than freezing.
Yeah, I have pros all day, but it's been really helpful for me because when I go to the budget together, I really have got some great ideas from everybody around the room today. Hear a lot of needs and wants, and it really does help me with the vision of what the budget needs to be looking like to start going in the right direction at least. So.
I'm very inspired, I think, we work to sort of. It's why I can't remember, it's been years since the last one. It's inspired to.
I'll use the one word encouraging. It's a great group to work with, and I think we have a lot of great. We can talk more about airports in the future, but.
You're doing amazing on the airport. Just keep doing you, boo.
I'll use 4 words, so I think this is the most valuable, inclusive, collaborative, and actionable meeting of the year.
Okay, well, I'll figure that out. Can you write that down?
I know, I was gonna say.
Mr. Ballmer.
I agree, so, maybe have done some labor in the remote past, but it's fourth in a row, more or less this year. It has evolved and becomes really meaningful and there's a lot of traction gained in one day. There's that really showing up, really interacting and doing so. And I don't get a sense of reluctance to engage staff. So that's helpful.
Jeff?
Appreciation of everybody's sense of humor, just a smile. So.
Each one of these I get a better understanding of the process. So I learned a lot, and also continued appreciation for this cast of characters.
That's the character. Yeah, I just, thank everybody's time and energy here and, nice to be working with Counselor Luckmary for his first and Counselor Long for her last, as well as Dave. It's been a pleasure sitting beside you these past couple of years, learning the management side of things. So yeah, it's a great team.
That was a great team. All right, Ben.
I think Tom said it best. I've been a part of other goal setting sessions just in my professional life. I'd say this is major. So I've seen it terribly wrong.
Me too.
PhD program in there. Collaboration from everybody. I think I learned a lot today, that's for sure. Dave, I'm slower than not your talk on
Oh, come on, let's get a group hug.
How about a group picture before you go?
Oh, yeah.
There you go. That's great.
What is that? The mayor kind of went. Did you ever anything else you wanna?
Oh, we should gather around on you.
Yeah, good. You guys should gather around the TV so he can be in the picture too.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's get dry erase involved.
I wouldn't be part of a group hug even if I was there, let alone here. No, I just want to reiterate what everybody said, and Darcy and Dave, farewell. And I know what we're going to be, there's time to come. You're not out of here yet, but, there's going to be time for some, there'll be time for some other goodbyes, but I appreciate everybody's, participation. I think this has been very worthwhile. And I'm just sorry I couldn't have been there in person, but next year I will be.
Thanks for being on Zoom. All right, if you guys want to get together around the mayor, around the TV, we'll get a photo.
Yes, we will. This will be great. And thank you guys, all of you guys. I love working with this team. I've been so stoked to come out to Dalles again. Your guys' dynamic is really great.
Sure, guys.
So much love.
Good job, Ross. Good job.
No, you can't be hiding.
Even better. You too, Tim. Get up.
I think you're 16, Jonathan.
No,
I'm gonna go.
Postures and not.
No, Sasha's staying for a little bit, but I have my friend in town, so we're gonna get back. Okay.
We're gonna have to.
Flying on my way out of town. We all know where I'm going.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Maybe we will be heading out as fast as we can.
Okay, everyone say, we love Dave. All right. Looks great, you guys.
Better get a second one.
Okay. Oh. Man, what's going on?
I'm really not gonna like that one.
Tim, you left some ice.
Goodbye.
On the mayor's head. It's gonna be the biggest one about it. Here we go.